www.ammonbundydefense.com. And John Lamb and I are going to be spending as much time as we can in these cells. Our goal is to each raise $10,000 or make it 13 hours. So please go and support. If we raise the funds that we need by the middle of the night, then we get out of this cell and get to bed. We're both tired. It's been a long week, and the Jericho March yesterday left me really burned and dehydrated. So I'm not as prepared as I should be for this, but John needs to get back home, so we're going to go ahead and do this tonight. www.ammonbundydefense.com. In the last week, they have received no donations. So the legal team knows any donations that come in are to be attributed to this, and so they will let us know when we've reached the goal of $10,000. And if we don't reach that goal, then we stay 13 hours. So we're going to keep live streaming off my page and John's page all night. And that way you guys can check in on us. You won't be able to see me when I'm down on the floor sleeping unless somebody comes and takes my camera or my phone and puts it down below. Thank you, Lindsay. Lindsay, help out however you can while we're doing this with information. And I think we'll have people checking on us throughout the night and making sure we're doing okay.
Show your hands that you're not handcuffed yet.
I'm not handcuffed yet. We're waiting for the handcuffs right now to be put on.
Ready when you guys are. Now,
I've never been handcuffed.
Just for the sake of the camera here, why don't you?
I got Kelly on there too, so
good,
she
you
can
got
see
both
of us right now.
Oh, that's awesome.
Let's just
Can I turn
remind
mine so
people.
you can see John and mine too.
Yeah, let's see if we can do that. Yours isn't quite as wide.
Maybe you could scoot it over
Okay, hold on.
towards him.
Except for your, it's all in.
They're right, we're both in there. Okay.
Yeah, I can see you and then the edge of.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
Then you're kind of
There
aiming
we
at
go.
each other. Now maybe just let the cameras know that you guys are doing this willfully of your own consent, unlike the human traffickers that run the prison,
right.
so that they don't
Willfully.
accuse me of locking
We
you all
can
night
get
in
out
the
of here
cage.
anytime we want if we actually want to, but we're doing this on our own.
Unlike the prison
Yep.
and what they do to our prisoners
We're
like
doing
Ammon
this
Bundy.
to try to understand what it would have
So
felt
them
like
there, what I was
at 10
told to
o'clock
make
at
it
night.
easy.
Ammon Bundy was pulled out of
These
his
are on top, you can
cell
unhandcuff it
and
easy
thrown
when,
into
and
a
your thumbs are
3
kind of
by
together
3
like this.
foot shower where
Gotcha.
he was handcuffed after being punched a few
okay.
times and being
Hang on, we
very,
can't be through the
stressed.
bars, so I gotta go
He was
here.
handcuffed
Okay.
and left in a cell for a shower for 13 hours throughout
Okay.
the
That a
night.
little bit.
That's why we're starting
Cops
this
will
right now at
probably
10 o'clock at night,
crazy.
is
Man,
to
those are
try to
snug, aren't they?
experience
Yes.
some of what Ammon went
Make sure
through.
I'm not pinching
I have
it
my
here.
jail
How do
straps
we-
on here that John provided
Man, that's
for
abuse
me.
just using those.
Oh, I know.
And our goal is $10,000 each.
Okay, I'm just gonna do it that much there, because I don't, you got it,
Then
okay?
you lock
13
that.
hours.
Huh?
Then you lock
and
it.
this is going
Oh,
to
you actually double
help
lock it?
Yeah, you double
Ammon
lock it.
Bundy and the legal
Okay, so
defense
that key,
team
is it the same hole, or?
There's
to
a little
properly
hole
represent him in
Probably
his
on the bottom or
trial.
the top, that you just push a
And
little
we
hole.
believe in Ammon, we believe in his message, we
Let me look at the other side.
love
Okay.
him, and we
Squeeze
love
you
Lisa,
around.
and we love their children, and this is what we feel called to do to help. And if you feel called to do the same thing to help somebody in need, then by all means, please do it. This is just us doing what we can do. And we also want to sympathize with Ammon by trying to experience
You see that little button?
something similar to what he
Yeah,
experienced.
but I'm not understanding the double lock here.
The double lock is right. Okay, flip them sideways. Right there is that side there. See that little button? And you just push that with the little the other end. Flip the whole key. There you go.
Okay.
That
It locks
yeah,
it from
that
moving?
does it, yeah.
So it doesn't get too
And,
Yeah,
continually
that won't
tighter.
lock
if you
any
want to
tighter.
drink, you could turn on the shower.
Okay, so it's on the bottom, I think. So
But
let me see if I can-
in order to do that, that would have meant he would have had to have gotten wet, and they were actually told, he was told they were going to leave him in there for
There we go.
72 hours. And so,
Got it? You okay?
Yeah, I'm
they said
okay.
that that's
I don't
legal
like 'em.
to do. 72 hours, no food and water is legal.
So I've got the handcuffs on now, guys.
That's Kelly's turn.
Now it's Kelly's turn. Woo. I don't like handcuffs, I can tell you that already. I'm just barely in them.
Okay, hold on. All right.
At least it's way cooler out here. The temperature has really dropped, so that's why we chose tonight. It's kind of hard to replicate exactly like Ammon did, because he was in a concrete shower cell for 13 hours. And I might have to have Gavin loosen one of them up.
Is
This
this
one right here?
Much?
Yeah.
Your wrists are pretty big.
Yeah.
Not that the cops would care when they were doing this to Ammon.
We're going to try to keep our live stream
You
going
turn
all
it
night.
both ways,
You
the
guys
key
wanna
both
check in
ways,
on
and
us
then
and see how we're feeling.
Oh,
I see.
there it
Okay,
goes.
so we just need to do less of
Obviously, Ammon wasn't able
Just click.
to
Yeah, there you go.
speak out
Don't
to
damage it,
his
right?
supporters and let him know how he was doing. But I do know that Ryan Bundy could see him from the cell he was in. And so Ryan, being the good brother that he is, was
There you
able
go.
to call out
Okay.
and let
They're
family
both
know
locked?
that
Yes.
Ammon
Okay.
was still all night left in the shower cell.
I've only been handcuffed just 5 minutes, and I don't like it.
Okay.
So
So everybody's live. Is everybody hearing?
Yep, looks like everything's good. So we will, who knows what we're going to be saying by 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. If the attorneys are watching the accounts, and they will let us know. They may even just post on the page for us here so we can let you guys know where we're at. Gavin can also be contacting. I gave him the phone numbers to check in and let us know where we're at. As soon as we each raise $10,000, we can get out of here. In the big scheme of things, guys, $10,000 for people who have a lot of money is not much money. And so it would be awesome if we had a couple people that just wanted to hop in and donate $5 or $6 or even $10,000 a piece to us, to the legal fund, and get us out of here. I've been told by the locals there are scorpions. I'm not happy about the scorpions. I don't like.
Did you put bug repellent on? I did.
I did not put bug did you really?
No.
Oh. I did not put bug repellent on. I did brush my teeth, so I feel more comfortable. But
We did get to prepare for this, and Ammon didn't get to prepare for this. We've had a chance to, for myself, the last 17 days. Kelly got here just a day or so before I did, and got a chance to get at least halfway prepared. Mentally, physically, we drank some water, ate a little food, trying to get prepared, and Ammon just was pulled off of his bed, roughed up, beat up, and hauled off to a jail cell this size and left there. So at least we got a little chance to get it prepared for it. Right now we got a lot of traffic because it's actually shift change out here for the prison, and we're right out here along the road, and these cars are just zooming past us. Even some of them turning around up here. You notice that?
yeah, there's a couple that turned around. They want to see what we're
So-
doing. So we got some prison guards that are leaving.
There's actually another one. There are a bunch of them turning around and checking what we got going on here. We're going to try to leave these cameras going all night. We understand that everybody cannot stay on here, but we are going to try to leave these cameras going all night if the batteries stay good. Other than that, when we do come, it'll either be Kelli Stewart's phone, Gavin Symes, or myself if we do lose batteries beforehand. But we have battery packs on them. We are set up, and hopefully it will last throughout the night. So
We'll just be taking turns educating and telling what we know. We're not teachers, we're not lawyers, we're not doctors. We're just people who've learned through experience and are doing our own research about what's been going on in this nation. And so we're going to take some time tonight probably to talk to you about Seth Johnson, who we met today. All the other names that we got, we'll be able to go in and do visits for on Thursday of people that we're being told by our political prisoners that some of these other people have never had visits this whole time they've been incarcerated. Some of them have been incarcerated for a couple years and they've never had visits. So on Thursday, there'll be a handful of people that we've gotten the names to that will get visits for the first time. One man, Seth, said today that it brought tears to his eyes when he saw the flag going around the back, because he said he's always felt forgotten here. And he said it's not about Ammon Bundy anymore. When you guys showed up, it became about all of us. And that was such a blessing to hear him say. Sorry, I didn't know if John was going to pipe in.
It's your cellmate over there.
oh, I'm hearing you around the corner there. I just don't have a mirror to put around there. There was who was it today? I think it was actually another family sitting in the waiting room today, and
John Tara Lee is saying your live stream isn't working.
He's getting comments. So
Yeah, there's a lot of comments.
Are coming in, Tara Lee.
let us know.
If it's not coming in, let us know.
Looks to me like it's coming too.
Hopefully your guys are getting it out there. There was a another family that was inside they're visiting their son and husband today. So there was a mother and a daughter-in-law, and their son is in solitary confinement right across the hall from Bundy. And they open their little bitty small hatch. It's just a little small hatch, and they get down on their knees and they talk through that hatch at each other. So that was kind of encouraging, saying he said he was learning a lot from Bundy. His first name is Chris, and I've got their phone number and stuff, and Chris is supposed to call me sometimes too. Just that little blue button there, tap it. It just allows keeps coming.
Oh, I see.
There you go. There you go.
Can people on my feed hear John when he's talking? Maybe give me some thumbs up.
We've got both cameras going right now, so I don't know if you can hear Kelly talking on my side, and I think you can see her. I can see the screen here, and so can you hear Kelly talking over there?
Yep.
Lisa said they can hear John.
Okay.
So we're good. So if any emergency happens for any reason and we get, like, I don't know, hot or dehydrated in the middle of the night, something crazy,
I'll just dump a bucket of water.
Thank you.
People could just reach out to Gavin Syme.
Thank you,
or,
Michael.
Lindsay
Kathy.
Sineski, and they'd be able to get out here if anything happens. I'm sure we'll be fine. But I'm a little curious about what would happen if scorpions did come in the cell. Do they pinch? Do they bite? Do they sting? I keep hearing about these scorpions out here that come out at night, and I'm just kind of wondering for when I fall asleep what I can expect.
We've already drank our water and everything before, and I am already thirsty after I got in here. I drank 3.5 bottles of water before I got in here, but now I can't scratch my nose and I can't drink, and I'm wanting to do both.
Now, could Ammon drink? Could he turn the shower on, or was that?
They told him with his hands behind his back he could turn the shower on if he wanted. The problem was he would just stand there and get soaked, and he didn't know how long he'd be in there.
Right.
And it was really cold. So it gets it might get cold tonight. Neither of us put on long sleeves. It doesn't look like it's going to get down below like 65. But Ammon said it was very cold, and keep in mind he was punched a few times. He said he was brought to the ground with force and then drug into the cell with handcuffs on so tight that his hands
Hi, Tina
were
from
swelling
Delaware.
up. And then they drug him. People keep saying that he stood all night with the shackles on, but that's not true. They did take the shackles off when he went into the cell, into the shower. But his ankles were bloody from the trip down there, and so they took the shackles off and left his hands behind his back, and he said his hands were so swollen and so sore that he really thought they were just going to leave him in there to die, and that's the very thing. So it looks like we've gotten $440 so far. Thank you guys so much. Our goal is $10,000 each, or 13 hours. Please donate what you can and get people out there who will help.
We put links in both of your feeds, right?
Okay, I think so. Yeah, I have a link on my feed.
Look for those packages tomorrow. We will. Thanks a lot.
Hey,
Hopefully
Deb.
we get mail tomorrow.
I miss you, Deb.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back while you guys can talk, and I'm gonna go back and do some sharing and stuff, try and get the word out.
All right, don't forget about us. Maybe in a couple hours.
I'll be back soon.
Jonathan Skipper said, "Don't worry about the scorpions. It's the spiders, the night spiders."
Oh, I don't like spiders. Do they have big spiders out here?
He said they were big. I just read a comment, something about big spiders. I don't know how big.
Well, do the spiders come to the light or go away from the light?
I don't know. Maybe he'll comment here in a minute again.
I don't like spiders.
I haven't seen very many of either of these things in this state.
They're big. He said they're big. They're huge.
Big. Yeah, Skipper, they're so big. Get down here and fight them off for me.
If any of them come inside the cell, I'm sure we're allowed to eat them if we get hungry. They're fair game.
Okay, I'll be back.
All right, thanks guys. Don't forget about us.
So we got the lights set on here the best we can for the solar panel lights we got out here, and we're going to leave those lights on all night unless they go dead on us. And we got battery packs on the phones here, and we'll just keep the live streaming going all night. If you can't stay, we understand. And we'll just see how long we can stay awake, or if we have to lay down or try. I can't really lay down. I can't. Kelly can probably lay down better than I can, but I'm gonna have to sleep pretty much standing up in here.
Well, it'll be laying in a ball. They said when they took Ammon out of the cell that they had to pull him out, and we did report at the beginning his shoulders were dislocated and that he had to put them back in himself, and that is true. But apparently he has a shoulder problem, and so one shoulder is constantly popping out of place, which is why it was so painful for him to have his hands behind his back all night, and he had to push himself up against the wall to get it to go back into place. But it sounds like the guards themselves brought some pretty harsh injuries to his hip, and I want to say it was his. Do you remember, John? It was his wrist. He said was out of place.
Yeah, he had a wrist out of place. I can already tell that. I mean,
yeah,
right
just
now,
the awkwardness of your arms being out. Ammon did report today when.
Thanks, Skipper. That's a good deal. I'll do that.
When we saw him for just a minute today, he said that Sheriff Mack came and visited him yesterday and asked him to have us leave. That we weren't doing any good, and Ammon's response was, "Well, it brought you here, didn't it?" So Sheriff Mack is somebody we've always looked up to and considered a constitutional sheriff. And here he was going to Ammon in his cell, visiting him and telling him to have the peaceful protesters who are protesting on private land to leave. So if that doesn't tell you the state of our nation, then I'm not sure what
We just started
will.
at 10 o'clock.
The other thing is they did not make Ammon strip search for that visit, to or from. And when his attorney was here a couple weeks ago, they wouldn't let Ammon see his attorney unless he was willing to be strip searched before and after. And then when he saw his attorney, he was handcuffed and shackled for the 2.5-hour visit. 2.5 hours. Handcuffed and shackled behind his back so he couldn't sign documents, he couldn't read discovery, he couldn't do anything. And they wouldn't let his attorney see his ankles. But then when Sheriff Mack showed up, he visited the sheriff, Sheriff Worley, and Sheriff Mack visited the warden first. And then went in and saw Ammon without making Ammon do a strip search, and it was a contact visit.
Hi, BJ.
So that fact that's pretty upsetting to me. I don't know what Sheriff Mack is up to. I don't know how he met with the sheriff and
Yes, he did, Kathy.
and the warden, and was able to get Ammon out without doing a strip search. And they're all about policies here. And his purpose was to tell us peaceful protesters on private land with our American flags to leave.
Yeah, he didn't even have the courtesy to stop by and talk to us. And about 3 weeks ago, I talked to Sheriff Mack personally on the phone myself, and he said he would check into it and he would get back to me. He hasn't called me back. He didn't even stop down here to talk to me while I was here.
Yep. So Gavin still says if you can find a constitutional sheriff, $500 he'll pay you. But if we had constitutional sheriffs, these people would be out on bail, they would have already gone to trial, and there's no way that they would tolerate people who haven't even been tried or convicted being subject to solitary confinement and the abuse that these people are enduring. Tara Lee, he actually looked good. Lisa saw him too. She was in with him, and he spent, it sounds like, a lot of the time encouraging her to hang in there and stand strong. And he's all hairy like Grizzly Adams because they won't let him have a razor, and they have him in yellow, which is the highest risk and the almost like suicide watch group. I've never seen him in yellow before. Yellow looked a lot better on him than pink, which is what I used
He's
to
from
see
Utah,
him in
Valerie.
But I don't know. Overall, his spirits looked fairly good. He's been very encouraged by our presence here, and of course, he was very encouraged that his wife made the trek here with all her responsibilities. That she took the time away to come and show her support and stand with us. Is there any? Do you want to? Well, we have so many people on, John. Do you want to share Seth's story? Do you remember the details of his arrest and his rearrest?
He was not going to tell me everything. He's going to let Gavin or you guys tell me the rest of it. He just told me he was arrested on gun charges.
Okay.
And gun charges that he was arrested on is a non-violent crime. It was, and it was also a victimless crime. If you call it a crime, anything, they're calling it a crime, but there was no victim. And he would just order gun parts because he found out some guns it would cost you $500 or $600 to buy them at a gun shop, and there's magazines out there to buy gun parts.
Ah, there's a spider in here. I'm not gonna be able to sleep.
That's the first spider.
That was a big one.
And so there was
It was bigger than I.
Jonathan Skipper, there's already spiders in the other cell.
Okay, I want to be boxed in. Can anybody put some wood across the front, like a slat of wood?
Spiders climb, man. I'm like Superman, remember?
John Lamb. That was a big spider. And now he's dead on the floor where I'm gonna sit.
But he ordered some parts, and he lives in Oregon, and he'd order parts and he'd build a gun. And you're supposed to take that gun, and he did not know this, down to the ATF and have it stamped, whoever built it. And you're allowed to build a gun, but you've got to turn the gun into them to let them stamp it and register that gun. And he did not do that, so he ended up getting found out and charged, and is sitting in prison because of that.
But so he was hunting with his family on BLM land. So my shoulders are already aching and getting all tight, which is kind of crazy because it's been like 10 minutes. But he was hunting, or just out shooting his gun, not hunting, on BLM land with his family. And they came and talked to him and inspected all their guns and found that his gun didn't have the serial numbers on it. And so they charged him, I don't know what the exact gun charge was, but they sentenced him to 5 years. And this man has multiple children, great personality, seemed like he had a good heart, and he was convicted on these gun charges and served 5 years in prison over this, over out hunting with your family, out shooting with your family using guns that you built, and that was illegal.
In Montana, you can actually build a gun like that. Different states have different laws, and Oregon's one of the stricter ones, but Montana, you can actually do what he did and not get in trouble.
Yep. So he served his 5-year sentence, and then he was sentenced to 4 years probation. And wait, was it 5 years?
Thanks, Melissa.
Was it 5 years he served or 2 years? Now I'm getting all. It was 5 years.
Something like 5 years.
Yeah. So then he got 2 or 4. He got 4 years probation, and 24 days before his probation was up. No issues. Didn't have any probation violations. He got a BMW. He owns a car lot, and he was caught speeding. They said he was going like 120 miles an hour. They rearrested him for a probation violation and sentenced him to 12 months in jail. 12 months in jail for this man for speeding. No victim. No, I mean, his only crime was speeding, from what they said they clocked him at. How many people out there have motorcycles and hit 120 on open roads? So
there used to be no speed limit in Montana.
Yep, so he was resentenced to a year in jail where he just started serving it. He has, I want to say it was 4 or 5 beautiful children and a beautiful wife. And he's getting ready to leave tomorrow, or John, was it tonight, to Oregon?
They're leaving him. We're supposed to take him out on that diesel therapy type trip tonight at in the morning here at 5 o'clock in the morning. He doesn't know for sure. It's either in the morning or the following morning, but he said he's going to come right past here in a bus where we're at, and he's going to be looking for us. So we're hoping he gets out of there tonight, just so he can actually see us. And he's supposed to call me when he gets to the new location. His wife actually called and patched him in to talk just briefly to me here after I left and visited with him. And he told me that he heard the music that I played for him. He asked me to play a song called Unchained by Righteous Brothers, I think it is. So hello Tracy from Montana, my home state.
So putting together your own gun and lawfully shooting it on BLM property, thanks Tia, well I am watching for spiders, because that was a big spider that ran up. I actually thought I was maybe already seeing things because it was a little bigger than I anticipated. But so building your own gun and going out with your family to shoot on
That's
quote,
right, Michelle,
federal
that's a song.
properties, they'll get you on federal charges. So this man's spent 5 years in federal prison over this, and then 4 years of perfect parole or probation 24 days before. I'm just reiterating it because I want you guys to hear how insane this is, to go to jail for 5 years over building your own gun and then go back to jail for a year for speeding because you were on probation. And when we left this man today that we visited, he said, once you get in the federal system, once they taste the money that they make off you, they never let you go. He said, they'll just keep bringing me back. I think after this year, this guy's going to serve, I think he said his probation is now extended 2 years. So 24 days shy of getting done with probation the first time. Now he's back on probation for 2 years. What do you think the odds are in that 2 years? He's going to do something to violate a small thing on his probation and end up back in jail again. They make too much money on people. Nobody should be financially profiting from human beings. Nobody. It's absolutely unacceptable. You put money in front of people and they all of a sudden all they see you as a dollar sign. In fact, we were told today that Ammon Bundy has stock in his number, his jail number, that not Ammon has stock, but other people can buy stock. The shareholders can buy stock in Ammon Bundy's name. So how disgusting is that?
That's human trafficking.
It's human trafficking. For those of you upset about our signs, that's called human trafficking. And Ammon Bundy agrees that he is subject to human trafficking in this prison right now. And anybody who is holding him there is complicit of the crime. Any person is complicit of the crime if they're holding him.
People really need to look up this stuff and check it out for yourself. And if you can't go to a jail in Nevada or Montana, whatever state you are, go there and check it out. Check these laws out and see how these people are being abused and mistreated, how they're being locked away without bond or pretrial release, and they can be in there for years if nobody knows about them because they have no voice in there. They're shut up. They can't even look at their own discovery. They can't even get prepared. And the court system says, oh, we'll appoint you an attorney. We'll find you one that's qualified by our standards. You can't have your own lawyer because you can't have a lawyer that's overqualified, that might be more qualified than the prosecutors, because the prosecutors are sold out. They're not there at all to try to find any innocence at all. And I'll tell you what's really, really bad is what they're doing to Todd Engel right now. I visited with Todd Engel a little bit in there today. Todd Engel was found guilty of 2 charges out of 10 charges. 2 charges, 2 minor. The prosecutors aren't happy because they wanted him to spend the rest of his life in prison. And it looks like he could get out with time served. So they're holding 8 other charges over his head, like they're going to decide whether they're going to recharge him or not in the next few years. And so they can hold him still without bond for years while they decide if they're going to recharge him on them additional 8 charges. Other than that, they're trying to make him a plea deal. And that plea deal is that he would get time served, but he can never appeal the sentence that he's got now. And that means he'd be a felon the rest of his life on 2 bogus charges that never should have stuck in the first place, because the jurors were hung and they couldn't even come to a decision on almost nothing without their arms being twisted by the judge, by demanding that they go back in and decide over and over again, where they even changed not guilty verdicts on a verdict form. This is so wrong, and people wouldn't even know. The lawyers have never come out publicly and talked about it. Mainstream media has never talked about that and asked questions. Why was there not guilties on a verdict form marked by the jurors and then crossed out later? How can that happen? What if they'd have put guilty and crossed it back out? The prosecutors, I guarantee you, would have been yelling and crying about it, and it's been all over the media how there have been jury tampering. And I guarantee you, this here was jury tampering by this judge, Gloria Navarro, and these corrupt prosecutors that are in here. People need to pay attention, because this could be happening to you.
The people that are in these jails, when that man was telling us the story that he built that gun and was out shooting with his family, I just thought, what country are we in that, I mean, people say we have the right to bear arms. They go, oh, don't take away my Second Amendment right. You guys, we have lost our Second Amendment.
Only right you have is with a permit.
We have lost our Second Amendment right. Even if you have a permit, even if you have your gun license, if you go and you build a gun on your own, because this man said he could build a gun for $200, but he could buy it for $500. He said, why wouldn't I just order the parts and build this small gun that I was out shooting with my family? And because he was shooting on federal property, his sentence was 5 years. How can you say that we have the right to keep and bear arms and that it shall not be infringed, and then send somebody to federal prison for 5 years because they built their own gun?
No, Tina, he has no bail.
This is insane. Our founding fathers, I won't even tell you what our founding fathers would be doing right now, but I guarantee they'd be doing a whole lot more than standing out on the corner waving flags. So Sheriff Mack, do you think you're a constitutional sheriff? You need to go back and study the founding fathers. You need to go in and meet with Ammon and Ryan and let them teach
Judy.
you.
It's free labor.
Give you a little lesson on what our founding fathers would do, because I guarantee you, we'd be far, 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 far behind what they would already be doing right now if they saw people turning our political prisoners into nothing more than income. So shame on you, Sheriff Mack, for not coming and encouraging Ammon to stand strong and help fight to get him out.
Thanks, Terry Harris. Yeah, 480 days and no bail. If we had our constitutional rights, this prison wouldn't exist here.
Nope.
If we had our constitutional rights, we would have a right to bail. If we had our constitutional rights, this jail would not even be here, because they wouldn't have almost 1,200 people in it. There would be only about 200 people at the most.
For no more than 70 days.
That's right.
The Supreme Court already ruled that's the right to a speedy trial is 70 days. But get this, Ryan Bundy was teaching the other day, and he says if the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy trial, only the accused can determine what that time frame is. He said the Supreme Court can't determine.
Thank you, Melissa.
What a speedy trial is. If this accused says he needs 6 months to prepare, then 6 months is how he would view a speedy trial would be. If he wants to get it done with right now, then that's his right. When you have a right to a speedy trial, a judge and a prosecutor and the Supreme Court cannot determine what that definition of a speedy trial is. Even for 70 days being a smaller number than what these courts are doing, even 70 days might be longer than what the accused believes as their right to be. So 70 days, and here we are at over 400 days, America. We have people who are sitting in here waiting for their day in court. They're already taking the lashes out of their skin by making them sit in here with pretrial detention. So don't tell me that they are presumed innocent unless proven guilty. They are guilty right now. That means you, if you get picked up for anything, you are guilty the second they pick you up. If you were innocent, you would be out on bail preparing for your trial, your speedy trial. My arms are stinking hurting.
We don't have a clock on here to know what time it is, but we have these cameras set up on 2 separate camera stands, and we have battery packs on them. We have a couple of people here from camp that have, with Gavin's help, I think Gavin maybe went back to go get some rest, but they're going to check on us, but others are setting in some lawn chairs out here, keeping an eye on us. But we have the camera stand set up so we can try to read the comments for a while and give you some educational points that we've been learning out here ourselves and other interesting things. It's 10 till, they said, so it must be 10 till 11.
Gavin's back getting some battery packs ready, and he doesn't typically ever go to bed before midnight, so he's not getting any rest. But we'll do a quick recap. John Lamb and Kelli Stewart here, and we're in these cells because this is how CCA, that's now being called Core Civic, treats people who are in on pre-trial detention, also known as being held hostage until their day of court. And Ammon Bundy had a shirt hanging over his bed, and the guard tried to take it, and at the end Ammon ended up on the floor being drug off to a shower cell, 3-foot by 3-foot shower cell, handcuffed, ankles bloody from previously being in shackles, and he was left for 13 hours before 6 men that looked like they were dressed ready for in SWAT gear. 6 men came and pulled him out. He couldn't even lift up his arms on his own because of the shoulder being dislocated and his shoulders being so sore. Stripped him naked. This is a man, remember, who is presumed innocent. Stripped him buck naked and then threw him in his solitary confinement stall, which is about 4 foot by 6 foot. So we're in here trying to each raise $10,000 for Ammon's defense. And 2 were women. So
Thank you, Daryl.
2 women and 4 men stripped him naked, and this is a man who is presumed innocent. If I was him, I would not feel very innocent as people are ripping off my clothes and throwing me into a box. So we're doing this to raise funds for his legal defense and also to experience some of what he experienced when he was in that cell for 13 hours. So $10,000 each is our goal, or 13 hours, and it's going to be a long night, and there's spiders out here, and it's all we can do to try to stand. And so if we raise the $10,000, then we'll get out of here, and if we don't, then we'll be in here as long as we can handle it, or 13 hours. So AmmonBundyDefense.com is the website for his legal team, and no funds have come in the last week. So apparently, unless John and I are raising funds, there's no funds coming in to help these guys out. So AmmonBundyDefense.com. You can also go to BundyDefense.com. It's the same website. And donate $5, $10, $1,000 and get us out of here, because it hasn't even been an hour and my shoulders are hurting, my wrists hurt, and did I say there's spiders? There's spiders out here.
Yeah, I guess I've been here almost an hour now, and as large as my arms are, the handcuffs will not allow my arms to turn and twist at all, and they're only on like 1 or 2 notches. So my arms are stuck with my thumbs up into the back of my back, and there's no way I can turn around with my hands, so they're just stuck there in one spot. And my shoulders are hurting, but I've been in pain before, just working and everything, so I can make it a long time. I don't know if I can make it 13 hours, but that's our goal.
You won't make it 13 hours.
If more spiders go over that way, she won't make it 13 hours. So, especially if that one scorpion will just come out of the desert.
I should have a board across the bottom though, because there probably weren't spiders.
This kind of yeah. This kind of reminds me of what the guys say in jail. They can't see each other, but they can kind of hear each other. They use a mirror, or they'll use a way to talk back and forth. You tell me, sliding books down to the next jail cell and different things like that. But
so yeah, the question somebody said is, didn't they already raise $20,000? They had raised just under $20,000 when BJ was out here, and they did this the first time. Our goal is $40,000 for Ammon's defense team. They're out of state, and they are coming to represent him for potentially up to 6 months. And so our goal was $40,000 to raise to pay for their living expenses and food and bills while they're down in Nevada representing Ammon. And if any of you know anything about attorneys, you know the fact that we're the only ones raising funds, and that our goal is $40,000. That should tell you right there that we're dealing with some remarkable people. This is the same team that fought for the not guilty verdict in Oregon. Ammon Bundy and Ryan Bundy, Shauna Cox, Ken Menbach, Jeff Banta, David Fry, and Neil Wampler were all found not guilty by the grace of God, and God used, from the refuge situation, God used this legal team to strategize and win in the courts. And so we desperately want them involved in this trial here in Nevada. And so our goal is to raise them $40,000. If we each raise $10,000 tonight, then we will be at our goal for paying for all of their minimum expenses. And I want to itch my nose, and that's going to drive me crazy. But that will pay for all of their basic expenses. If you know anything about living in two different homes, $40,000 for up to 6 months is not a lot of money. So that's what we're pushing for. And then we're also just wanting to encourage Ammon to let him know that we're out here, and
hey Sam, how you doing?
We're trying to expose.
Congratulations on the new baby.
We're trying to expose what he went through, and these cells are going to be doing just that. And John Lamb is going to quit way before 13 hours. We all know that.
Robert. We'll be here till the battery goes dead, or till morning, it looks like. Hi, Kristen.
Kristen's on your live feed?
You're welcome. Yeah, she's over on my side.
Kristen Thomas. Where's your loyalties? Gotta support us women.
Thanks, Roscoe.
Is that a spider on the wall? No, but that shadow looks like a big spider. Look at that. Oh, you can't see the hooks of the reflection. Okay, that's annoying. To not be able to itch your nose.
Yes, we're both live, Terry. We've got two camera stands set up in front of each jail cell, and we've got them both turned slightly, so hopefully the camera can see both of us on either live feed. And Gavin Syme will probably be live feeding too, off and on. And we'll just see if our batteries hold out, or if they don't, check out one of our live feeds, whether it's Kelli Stewart's or Gavin Syme's or myself. So we do have battery packs for backup. We're just going to keep them going. If we're sleeping, we're sleeping. We'll just see how long we can do this, and you guys can check in, or anytime you need to see what's going on.
So we met with, or I think, did you get to talk to, you talked to Jerry too, didn't you?
I did. I talked to Jerry DeLumas for a few minutes too.
Yeah, Jerry's such an inspiration. He wanted everybody to know that in his pod of 80 men, this last week they baptized 8. And he said the chaplain told him that's only the second time they've ever had baptisms in there. And 8 people wanted to be baptized. That's the Spirit of God moving through Jerry DeLumas. That's who he is. He prays for the guards. He prays for us. He considers this his opportunity to minister. Everybody has a different calling and a different...
Thanks, Sandra.
Oh my gosh, my nose is going to drive me nuts. Everybody has a different calling and a role, I guess you Minister. Hi, Kristen. Thanks for coming to my side. Jerry's is to minister spiritually to the people in that prison, and he's always smiling. His sentencing is on the 31st, and he could get time served. He could get 20 years. So please be praying for Jerry and Susan DeLoomis on the 31st of this month, 9 a.m. if you can make it to Las Vegas, Nevada, and be there to support him for that hearing.
He definitely has Robert Cannon.
Robert's over there?
Yes.
My Portland team has abandoned me. That's okay. Pretty soon.
Dale says Kristen defected to Kelli Stewart.
Pretty soon, John's live feed is going to go off because he's going to quit. So then you can just keep watching me. You know, I didn't talk to Cliven. I just leaned down when Carol was talking with him and waved to him and said hello. But the last few times I've seen Cliven in here, it's kind of funny. They're doing shift
Hi,
change,
Cheryl.
so you know all those guards are in there
All
talking.
the way from Florida.
You know those guards are going to be talking all night about the people in here because the security will keep driving around all night and they're going to see us.
You know, the guards made fun of us and said that we're out in the middle of nowhere, that no one's going to see us or hear us. Why are they so worried about us leaving if nobody can see us? If, you know, this is a dead-end road pretty much. There's nothing out this way. You really have to be coming to the prison to come here. And we've had an outreach of people from this town and even all over the country. I know I read from places. There was a guy here today from all the way from Pennsylvania that came out to check us out. There was a guy from Ohio. There was a guy from Michigan. There's been people from Alaska, all over. Oklahoma. One guy today, did you see that guy, Kelly, that walked around here 7 times?
There was a man who walked around this jail today. I believe he's from Idaho, wasn't he?
No, from Oklahoma. He drove all the way
from
from Oklahoma to do the Jericho March.
Okay, oh no, I'm over my data plan. It's going to be an expensive night, you guys. You got to donate. Can somebody maybe grab can I hook up to somebody's, to their Wi-Fi, or will I have to interrupt my live feed? Otherwise, it's going to be like a $200 night for me on my... Can you go...
I gotta go get Gavin.
Yeah, get Gavin and see if he'll bring his...
So this guy come all the way, his name is Robert. He came all the way from Oklahoma, and he done the Jericho March by himself 7 times around here. It takes us an hour to walk around here.
Yep.
I seen him all day long making a trip around, and I didn't get to shake his hand or really talk to him because there was so much going on. I think he's still out here camping out, so hopefully I'll get to talk to him and thank him. If not, if I don't get to see him, hopefully he'll see this live stream and we'll get to talk. But he marched around these evil building here, this Jericho place. He marched around it 7 times a day. He must have spent 7+ hours marching around this place, and it was just, it's awesome to see the dedication of people. They come out on their own. That's what it's all about. Standing up for other people's rights, doing something like that, that's a big move. He did it all on his own, didn't say nothing to nobody. We started asking him questions, and you can just see his spirit and the type of guy he is. He was doing it of God, and it's just amazing seeing people like that coming from all over.
You want to know what's really amazing is that right now I have 3 more viewers on my page than John. And what are you at, John?
115.
Oh, I'm at 129 people. I actually beat John Lamb on live viewers. Thank you so much, you guys. He'll be quitting soon anyway, so it's better that you're on this live feed because his is going to go off soon. You know, big men, they always talk tough, but John's nothing but a teddy bear. He won't make it out here 13 hours.
I'm from Montana.
Well, you talk tough now. Let's see how you're doing in the morning. Guys, we need $10,000 each donated. No funds have come in the last week. We're at $440 so far. And
thanks, Sam.
That was like a half hour ago. I know we can make it. I absolutely know we can. I know there's people out there who have the funds, who have the businesses, and who want to support this and support Ammon Bundy and make sure this next tier is found not guilty.
Thanks, Cheryl.
Show Ammon and the rest of them that their sacrifice has not been in vain, that other people are willing to help shoulder the burden. You know, Ammon Bundy had a very successful business before all of this happened, and he spent around the clock dedicated to researching about the Hammonds. And
thanks, Bruce.
He wasn't somebody who just showed up and you know, hitchhiked there and had nothing, no family and nothing to lose.
Thanks, Barbara.
Not that that person's sacrifice isn't still appreciated, but the point is this man had a lot to lose. A lot. A beautiful
That's
family.
right, Sam and Trish.
Beautiful home. A wonderful career and company. And he put it all on the line for his neighbors. So for us to ask for $10,000 each tonight for him is not even a tenth
That's
of
right.
what
Montana
he is.
got people have it.
Yeah, it's not even a tenth of, you know, what Ammon and Lisa have sacrificed for this cause. So this is just us doing our part. So what if we put like a 3-foot board across the bottom? Because then when I sit down to go to sleep, I don't have to have spiders crawling on me. Are there spiders?
If you want to find one of those, there's one of those boards over there.
It's bleach. Nothing has bleach on it, so if they crawl over that, they'll die.
Hi,
I
Peggy
just stepped on
and Tina.
a big one. They're gonna come for the light. Maybe we should turn off the lights. What? Maybe we could put a board across the bottom.
If you want to find a board, there's a board. There's a board in front of the camper over here.
I might just feel better when I'm sitting down.
There's a board in front of the camper. There's a sheet of plywood that's about 1.5 feet tall. You'll see it over there, right in front of the hitch of the camper.
Yeah.
It'll be this one over here by the kitchen camper.
And when they go by, they'll just keep on going. They won't want to climb up. They'll be lazy, right?
Thanks, Terry.
So
That's right.
AmmonBundyDefense.com. If let's see, we have, what do we have? Oh, John's at 112 and I'm at 114 viewers, 115 viewers. If each one of you
my administrators can get rid of them trolls if they want.
Lindsay, can you take care of the trolls on John's page, please? So we don't get a blanket, but because Emma didn't get a blanket, but I don't know if he had spiders in solitary. We're just gonna assume he didn't. But a blanket would be nice. This wind is, we're probably pointing in the wrong direction to have wind on us, but what was I gonna say?
That's right, Terry.
AmmonBundyDefense.com.
We won't tell her that though.
So 200. I can't read over there. What are you over there saying?
She can't read my side of the screen. She can only read her screen. So.
So even though
Hey, Red, how you doing, brother? Glad you made it home safe.
Red, come on, come to my side. So even though Ammon couldn't call out like this, oh my head itches. You know, when he calls out and he gets to do live streams, it's kind of like what we're doing now. When you're stuck in a box, but you still get to speak out and teach. It's invaluable to those guys to know that what the federal government meant for harm is now being used for good, and they're able to teach and to educate even while they're in a box. So that's kind of what we're doing here right now. Is that, you know, even though we're in a box, we're still able to teach and talk and share. And so AmmonBundyDefense.com. We have 200
There's
viewers.
some of them half sheets of plywood that we didn't use from this jail cell. Kelly was wanting one laid across them. They're the full length.
Well, we got a board here too, but I mean, putting something on this ground isn't going to keep anything from crawling in there. It's not.
It's just mental, though, right?
Well, I've got this beam here, so let's just. Where do you want it, on the front side?
Yeah, so they have to climb over it before they get back into me. A big one came in, so.
What?
But if they climb over you, they're going to jump on
There you
you.
go.
Oh, stop!
Okay, I put a board in front. There we go. Let's do.
Here.
Right in front.
Thanks, Tara Lee.
That little
It's like a 3x3.
Yeah, there are cracks all around that. Are you crazy? I mean, like taking this and turning it sideways so the whole thing.
We would have to custom cut a board. There's no way we're gonna have a board that's just gonna fit, but we can look and see.
What are you doing all night?
I'll look around. A board is not
for the mental
that.
sake of it. There's
Yeah.
that
Okay.
half a sheet of plywood, and it'll go up about 16 inches high, and you can slide it all the way through there.
Isn't that half a sheet 4 foot high though? It's gonna block most of the view.
No, it's only 16 inches. It's a.
Oh,
it's just
those little ones.
Yeah, it's right in front of that camper,
All right, I'll go look.
right in front of this kitchen here.
Let's see here. Here's some light. You want light?
Oh yeah, there's some light.
There's some light. Okay, that's a little much.
Turn it off low.
So in solitary confinement, their lights are on all the time. And let's see, either Ryan or Ammon was reprimanded for putting a shirt over the light, and then the other one was reprimanded for putting a shirt over the vent, and they got written up. So tell me how ridiculous that is. That I think it was Ammon covered up his light.
We can get some saran wrap. Jonathan Skipper says, and wrap you in saran wrap.
I like that. That would make me feel a little safer.
It's a little too Las Vegas-y.
So covering up the light is gets you reprimanded, but
There we go.
having the light on all the time, Ammon for the light, Ryan for the vent, Bailey said.
Okay.
So being cold and covering a vent or laying a shirt over the light gets you extra days in solitary confinement. But don't worry, these men are innocent unless proven guilty. That's a little bright.
It shows up on the camera good.
We can turn. I can tilt
Yeah,
it
it
down. It's at. This is actually at the lowest setting, but I can turn it down. I can tilt it like this, so it's not right in your eye. But the more you have light on your face, the more they can see you. So it's up to you. How
The
much
more
light?
light,
That's
the
good
more
right
the
there.
spiders will be drawn.
I think the light shouldn't draw spiders. Spiders like dark corners, so you want lots of light, Kelly.
Okay, I want lots of light then.
Let's see. Tilt something like that, just a little bit.
What other stories can we tell them from?
Well, one of the things that one of the guys told us when they ship them on this diesel therapy, just so people kind of understand what's going on with that, they put them in paper jumpsuits.
Thanks, Robert.
So they're not even real cloth, but they put them in paper jumpsuits. They chain them up from their waist with a belt. They chain their ankles. They chain them together so they can just barely hobble along. And they set them on a bench without any padding. So if anybody's rode a Greyhound bus before across the country, you kind of know how uncomfortable it is to ride on a Greyhound bus, let alone being shackled and chained from 5 o'clock in the morning till they get to the next destination that night sometime. 12, 13, 14 hours. They can't lay over because they're shackled. They have to sit there. They can lean their head up against the window if they're sitting by a window, but they're on a hard bench without any padding on the back, in a paper jumpsuit, and with handcuffs and metal shackles. I've been with these handcuffs now just about an hour or a little longer, and it definitely digs in. You can't move your arms, your shoulders are pulled back. I can't even turn my my wrists around because they're big enough in the cuffs that won't allow me to. And so it's very, very uncomfortable, and it does get to hurt. But that's how they do these people. They'll get them there at 2 o'clock in the morning at the next place. Let them sleep for an hour, 2 hours at max in a brand new area they've never been into before. They wake them up again, and then they get them up at 5 o'clock and they ship them off to another place. The diesel therapy, they could bring them from Nevada here and take them all the way to Colorado, and then Colorado let them have an hour or two sleep, get them up again and take them all the way to California. And they just do this for days and days and days. There was one guy, a senator in Idaho, they did that for 9 months too, diesel therapy. And he ended up, I was told he died in prison waiting on trial by being treated this way.
That's way too big.
We're at $1,000, you guys. Thank you to everybody who's donated. 19 more, and we can get out of here.
Let's just pull that out.
I know that if you just move that bench out just a little, it will. Or that works too. I know that we have it. I know that there are people in the community with the funds that are looking for something to support, and I can assure you that that working towards, oh, you're going to keep John from getting spiders too, huh? After he's making fun of me?
Actually, well,
Want to drop down in there?
I guess it'll.
Oh, yeah.
We'll put a block here, so that's kind of good. There you go. Really, in reality.
So,
We got the cell spider proof now.
no, but it'll make me mentally feel like it's more. I can't just walk right off the ground up to my feet. It's a little bit weird to be right on the.
Thanks,
ground.
Ann, for donating.
Thank you to everybody who's donated $1,000 so far, you
Thanks,
guys.
Terry.
In just an hour, we could do this. 19,000. I know it seems like a lot. John and I have each put more than $19,000 of our own resources this last year into the community to support the political prisoners. And so we're asking that we all come together and help. AmmonBundyDefense.com. Ammon is still in solitary confinement. He and Ryan are still in solitary. They are denying them their phone calls, so they're not able to call their family and friends and visit right now. We believe it's a consequence that they're giving them from calling us and talking to the people out here and encouraging people to stand up. So now they've taken away their phone calls, and I'm not sure about you, but that's not how an innocent person should be treated.
Scratch on the back of that.
Just the idea that I can't. No, I got it. Now my arm. And something's climbing up me. Ah. Crazy. I don't even like sleeping in tents.
Should we go get the cards out here?
Yes, we know of a couple of guys that are in solitary confinement in jail. Ammon Bundy's in solitary. Ryan Bundy's in solitary. This other guy,
Thank you, Julie.
Chris, he's in solitary. Them are some of the names we know for sure that are in solitary confinement yet for day after day after day. And some of them don't even know when they're going to get out of solitary for breaking small rules.
Yeah, in solitary confinement, when I talked to Ryan, I don't know, a week or so ago when I was here the first time, he asked me if we'd been barbecuing. And I said, no, we haven't barbecued yet. And he said, just thinking about you guys being out here, I started smelling a barbecue. And we hadn't, it was like the first 3 days we were here, we hadn't fired up any grills yet. And he said, are you sure you weren't barbecuing? I'm sure I could smell it. And then he asked, has it rained? I can smell rain in the air. And hearing those questions, it was impactful to me because it showed, it was like talking to somebody who's stuck underneath a house and they're asking you, you know, what's going on out there? And you know where they're at, but you can't get them out. Tell me how is this protecting the rights of unconvicted Americans when we leave them in jail cells 4x6 with no windows and their only contact with another human is when a little slot in the door opens up and they slide their food through. Even their phone calls, when they're allowed to make those, they have to slide the phone through this little slot. 40, 50, 60 days, 6 months in the hole. If I locked up a dog in a room and had no contact with him, didn't pet him, didn't play with him, nothing, for 40 and 50 days, animal control would be at my door and they would be taking that animal away. And if I left him in a 3-foot by 3-foot cell because I was punishing him, that would be unacceptable. PETA would be all over me if I did that as a business.
Well, some people treat their dogs as their own children. They talk to their dogs and they say dogs are smart.
Yep.
Well, if they treat dogs that way, why are they treating humans? If they wouldn't treat a dog that way, why are they treating humans that way?
Can you imagine 40 days without seeing another human? I mean, can you even imagine that? Not only not seeing another human, but sitting in a 4-foot by 6-foot cell and having people tell you every day, don't worry, you're innocent unless proven guilty. Shame on you, CCA, Core Civic. Shame on you for trying to bully these men into taking plea deals and for removing their constitutionally protected rights and treating them like slaves, like Nazi Germany. Shame on you. You'll stand in judgment one day before God for how you treated people. And for those who haven't shown any mercy, no mercy will be shown to them. And you're putting dollar signs in front of human life. Shame on you, Core Civic CCA of America. You are a human trafficking agency. And you need to be completely disassembled. And anybody who's participated in this treatment needs to be put behind bars themselves.
Making money off of humans.
Todd was in good spirits today. Todd Engel.
Todd was. Every one of the guys we talked to, they thanked us over and over and over again for being out here. They really did. It really was encouraging because there's days it goes on and on. 17 days don't seem like that long, but it's a long time to be out here in the desert in a tent. Pretty much nothing you can do except either march around the walls here, do some live streams, update you guys on what's going on, invite new people that are coming and going, taking messages, trying to keep up with all the messages that are coming in, the phone calls. Just other than that, you're just sitting here. There's been quite a few people coming up and turning around and going back. You notice that?
Yeah, they want to know what we're doing. This trucker's slowing down. Hey guys, who's out here? As people stop, we pop up and let them know what we're doing and make sure they understand that this is a prison and what we're doing out here.
If they didn't know there was a prison here, they need to be educated about
Yeah,
it.
there's a big berm in front of it. You can't even tell that there's a prison here.
We've talked to people in town that don't even know it's here.
Yep.
They said there's a prison out there. They don't even know it. It's kind of up on a dead-end road.
How did Sheriff Matt get in to see Ammon without him having to do a strip search? Come on, you guys. This has been going on for months, this issue over strip searches with him.
He must have sold out if he can get in there that easy.
He went and visited with the sheriff, and then he visited with the marshal, or the warden. And then they let Ammon have a contact visit with him without any strip search because they didn't want to risk Ammon refusing to take off his own clothes and not have the visit with Sheriff Mack. Why did they want him to see Sheriff Mack more than they wanted him to see his attorney last week? His attorney came for 2 visits. The second one, they denied him on the second visit. Sorry, that was a random thought. Jail visits, you guys, they're not fun. They're really difficult. They're draining. Sitting in there for hours, looking into these people's faces, seeing how they're suffering, hearing about their children. If anybody lives in Trump, Nevada, whenever this is over, if they're still here, please come and visit them. Some of our own political prisoners said that they'll go weeks and weeks without getting any visits. Please come and visit them. It's a pain and it's difficult.
Sheriff Mack told Ammon Bundy to call out and tell us to leave. He's in solitary confinement. He can't call out. He can't even call his own wife right now. So Sheriff Mack doesn't even do his own homework. He told Ammon Bundy to call out and tell us to go home back here. Why didn't Sheriff Mack have the courtesy to stop by after he talked to me 3 weeks ago and say, "Hey John, good to see you out here. I think it's ready for you to go home." He didn't have the courtesy to talk to me no more than this warden has any courtesy to talk to us. The only thing that these people can do around here is the sheriff and them is they can come in on false reports and talk to us, but they can't come and do real dialogue. They could have saved a life in Burns, Oregon by doing real dialogue with people and saying, "Hey, we're here to talk to you about the Hammonds. We know that this isn't right, and let's see how we can fix it." But no, they had to murder Lavoy Finicum. This is the kind of dialogue these type of people do. Sheriff Mack drove right past here. There's no way he could have missed us. Drove right past us and kept on driving and wanted us to go home. And he told a prisoner that's in solitary confinement, "Hey, you need to tell them people out there to go home."
And you guys need to understand as officials that are listening to this, because I know the sheriff and some of the deputies watch my live streams. When you abuse the people, we are going to speak up and we're going to expose what's going on. So Sheriff Mack, you should have stopped and talked to us. You should have gone in there and told Ammon Bundy to stand strong. You should have gone and met with Sheriff, what is it? Why am I getting here? Worley? Sheriff Worley, right, John?
Yes.
You should have gone and met with Sheriff Worley and told her that she needed to get these men out of jail because they're being denied bond and they're not a threat to the public. And
Who do you work for? The corporations or the people?
Who do you work for? Tonight we went into McDonald's and got some ice cream because it was hot and we were talking. Because everywhere we go, you guys, we're talking to people in this town and telling them what's going on out here. Some of them are shocked and some of them aren't. But this kid was telling us about his experience when he got arrested. He drank too much, fell asleep in a field, and woke up in the back of a cop car. And then they made him sit until he wasn't drunk anymore down at the police department. He said he was so thirsty he could hardly stand, and he was sitting in this chair, handcuffed to a chair for 6 hours. And they said, "Hey, you want some water?" And he said, "I'd love some water." And they said, "You got 8 hours left and then we'll release you and you can go get some water." Tell me, is that a peacekeeper? Is that somebody protecting the people? Going out of his way to hold him just long enough so that they can get their payment that they get for holding people, and all the while mocking him and making fun of him and not giving him any water. People around here just shake their heads and they say the police aren't here for us, sheriff isn't here for us, they're here for the corporations and the big businesses. That's it. They don't care about us.
We can kind of squat down inside of here. There's no way to lay down in here. We can sit down in here, but you never can stretch your legs out all the way. You can't lay down at all, but you can kind of crouch down in a corner or lean up. Probably the easiest way would be to lean against it and try to sleep, but it would be hard for me to get back up if I actually got all the way down laying in a corner, I'm pretty sure. What?
I said, that's because you're getting old. Us young whippersnappers. We never have to say we've fallen if we can't get up. Although I am afraid of spiders, so I guess I shouldn't be talking. I just don't like spiders. I don't like how they look. I don't like how they crawl. I don't like the ones that jump.
I think the spiders, they probably eat scorpions.
Spiders would?
Spiders, they eat other insects, so.
My shoulders hurt.
The scorpion comes in, and the spider comes in and eats the scorpion and saves your life, and then I don't know what the spider does after that, but hopefully he's too fat to bite you.
Hopefully. I have my shoes, but... So Lisa Bundy is in town. Like we said earlier, she got to visit with Ammon, and Carol came, and some of their daughters came. They're a beautiful family. They have a heart for the Lord, and a heart for the community, and a heart for each other. And we did the big Jericho March yesterday. We had Ammon's cousin Tyson out here, Mel's wife Brianna. Who was the gentleman that was riding that big, beautiful horse?
I'm bad at names.
I am too. Well, it was great. It was great having them out here and encouraging them. Angie Bundy said tonight to tell everybody thank you for being out here and for all the support. That is something else I was going to say earlier. Todd brought up how they, oh, John, I got 10 more viewers than you. You're slipping. Todd said...
Thank you, Washington.
That he said, boy, they tried to shut you guys down from the beginning when they put everybody in lockdown right after. Well, they actually put them in lockdown before I'd even flown in and hit the ground. And he was pretty proud of all the guys for doing the hunger strike and saying they weren't going to eat until they took them out of lockdown. Human trafficking, you guys. This has got to stop. Nothing else. We hope this brings enough awareness, and we hope Ammon Bundy beats the heck out of the federal government in court and is found not guilty again, and then things change and the people get more confident and start uniting. The people have the power. When we unite, we have the power. That means all factions that are fighting the same tyrannical government need to unite. We've got to stop looking at color and race. And all right, guys, we're at $1,300. We can do this. We can get this done by morning.
Hour and a half, they said. It seems like it's been it's 2:30 there in West Virginia. We had someone here visiting us from West Virginia. We've had people from Texas, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Montana, Oregon, Idaho, Washington, Oklahoma, Utah, California, Arizona. So I can't read my messages really right now because my messages, you got to click a button to actually keep reading where it's at. So I can barely see what's posting on there, and I don't have any hands to actually touch my phone. So
it's hard for him to see. Getting old makes it hard to see.
I need my glasses.
I can try to read for you. Is that Deb? Deborah?
Louisiana,
I
Oregon.
can't read that.
My phone, you mean?
Yeah. We can do this, guys. If everybody throws out $100 right now, and maybe a business, a gun shop, a business, some elected officials that are ashamed of themselves for not doing their job, they could hop in and help Ammon Bundy. AmmonBundyDefense.com to help him with his legal team, the same team that did the Lord's work in Oregon on October 27th, and they were all 7 of them were found not guilty of conspiracy to impede, not guilty of carrying a weapon in a federal facility, and we're going to see more not guilties to come.
Hi, Florida.
So please donate if you guys can. Get the message out there. These are real lives that are being tortured in these places, and you can believe that as soon as Ammon Bundy gets out of this jail cell, he's going to work full time to empty these prisons. This isn't just about him. Thank you, Tracy. God bless you. Ammon already said when he gets out, he's gonna focus on the 4 that were found guilty in the second trial. Daryl Thorne and Jason Patrick were found guilty in the second trial for Oregon of conspiracy to impede. Daryl Thorne was found guilty of carrying a weapon in a federal facility. Jake Ryan and Dwayne Emmer were also found guilty of depredation
Grant Pass, Oregon.
Depredation of federal property. The depredation charges were from digging a hole with a tractor out at the refuge when they were afraid after Lavoie was killed that they were going to be ambushed. So they dug a hole, but guess what? Other people dug in that hole too, and some of those they offered plea deals to. Misdemeanor trespass charges that they accepted. So tell me, if what they did digging this hole was so bad, why did they let some of the other people walk with just trespass charges?
Hi, Garrett.
At the end of the day, they just need somebody to hang. They don't care who it is. They just need a body.
I understand, Sam and Trish.
Jeff, we're in here because we're outside of a for-profit prison,
Thanks,
CCA, Southern Nevada Detention
And
Center,
Angela.
also known as Core Civic. And they put people in showers
I
that
understand,
are 3
Sam.
foot by 3 foot, and they leave them handcuffed all night long, 13 hours. They actually
Thanks,
told
Brian.
Ammon
Love
Bundy
you
they were
too.
going to leave him for 72 hours, but we were all calling and raising as much hell out here as we could, so they let Ammon out after 13 hours.
Thanks, Indiana.
And so we're in here raising funds for Ammon, who was stuck in one of these. And we're trying to raise $10,000 each tonight, or stay in here for 13 hours, which is how long they left Ammon Bundy in his cell.
Hello, Uncle Russell.
Starting at 10 p.m. at night is when Ammon was locked up.
I got the cuffs on.
And after he came out of it, he couldn't move his arms. 6 people, somebody said 2 of them were women, stripped him naked. This is a man who's still waiting for trial, who will be found not guilty. Stripped him naked and threw him in solitary confinement where he sits right now. So we're in here to raise funds for him, for his legal team, and bring awareness to what it does. It's also something that imprints in your mind. When you go through the physical pain somebody else suffers. I haven't
seen the link yet. I can't really read any of my messages right now or answer the phone until I'm out of this jail cell. I can kind of see what's posted publicly here, but I can't get into no private messages.
We'll come out when we each raise $10,000 or 13 hours.
Ohio.
John will quit a lot sooner.
My shoulders are killing me.
My neck is killing me right now.
Good. Okay. Hey, Bruce Cuff, how you doing?
Oh, Bruce, you were just over here. You're playing both sides, Bruce. Bruce Cuff was at the first event I ever hosted March of last year, where we did a memorial for
Bruce
the boy
for governor.
And he was running for governor. He was running for governor in Oregon, and unfortunately, the wicked and corrupt Kate Brown, right? Kate Brown won, and but he came and spoke and was a tremendous support to the Patriots. And Jo Ray Perkins came. She was running for, I don't remember which seat she was running for in Congress.
Aaron Auer came out here the other day too.
Who's that?
Aaron Auer. He was the other gentleman that made the plaque, him and his wife, for us, that wooden tree plaque.
Oh, that's awesome. That's still at my house. David Fry forgot it.
He got on the radio show with me and prayed on the radio station here. And the radio station said that was the first time they ever had anybody pray on the radio station.
That's awesome. Kind of like Jerry DeLoomis getting to baptize. They let Jerry help that. Eight men Jerry DeLoomis got to baptize this week.
Yes, I can read the caps a little easier.
Do a nice big bold cap for John Lamb because he's getting old.
Jo Ray running for 4th District.
4th District.
That's right.
She was running for. She came out and supported us. She was a tremendous support. Great people in Portland, Oregon that stood up for the Patriots.
Thanks, Steve. My right shoulder's the one that's killing me right now.
Jeff, we're in here to raise funds for a man who was thrown into a 3-foot by 3-foot shower for 13 hours overnight and handcuffed over a shirt that was on his bed.
Bundy strong.
We're outside of a federal prison, a private prison that profits $65,000 per person per year. So for each one of these defendants that are in here waiting for trial, they're making $65,000 a year to hold them in small cells and feed them crappy, unhealthy food and strip search them constantly. And the longer they hold these people here, the more money they make on them. So they have no interest in getting them out on bail. So we're here to raise $10,000 each for Ammon Bundy's legal defense fund after Ammon Bundy was in one of these cells, and what he said is he was tortured. So we're handcuffed and behind bars and seeing who can make it the longest. We all know that will be me, but we want to encourage John Lamb too because he's getting up there in age.
What are you, 29?
So the sooner we raise, how about I'd like to raise 20,000, but after the first 10,000, we'll go ahead and kick John Lamb out of here, and I'll tough it out the whole 13 hours. So let's at least get it to that first 10,000. We're already at about 1,500, so 8,500 to go. We can do it.
Hello, Laura.
AmmonBundyDefense.com. AmmonBundyDefense.com. It goes right to the legal team. I don't know if John's going to be okay with this. He'll have to get out just so he can go through and invite people to his live stream. John has 11 beautiful children and a beautiful wife named Rebecca. They miss him just as much as Lisa and Mrs. Ammon. And all the other wives miss their spouses. But we're all out here sacrificing and doing our part. Oh, you bumped up. You're now at more viewers than me. So if each viewer can go on and donate $5, $10, $15, $100, get us closer to our goal by morning. There are spiders out here. So get us out.
I understand, Laura. Some people have been complaining about the service hasn't been the best loading, but I'm not for sure what it is. I'm glad you're back, Kelly. This is the better page to be over on.
Excuse me.
Hi, Julie.
Better page to be over on. I give full updates. See, I tell you what's going on and when it's happening. And I give you links. John Lamb doesn't give links. Unless he copies it off my page and posts it on his. So somebody in there, I don't know if it was Lisa or Ammon, said that, oh no, maybe it was one of the attorneys, that the reason Ammon was left in a shower is because they, so Ammon's issue with strip searches isn't that he won't let them strip search him, it's that he won't participate in it. He won't help them violate
Thanks,
him.
Chaz.
Thank you, Beth. So,
Amy Wood.
so apparently if they don't, somebody says I'm better looking too.
That's
That's awesome. So,
John's not arguing with that.
so if they take him to the shower and leave him there and tell him to strip, and he won't, that their policy is they can leave him there until he strips. Well, he wasn't resisting that they needed to violate him. He was only resisting participating in it. Meaning, he said, if you have to strip search me and use force, I can't stop you.
2 hours.
But I'm not going to remove my clothes for another man or woman other than my spouse. So, and plus he's given him no reason.
Thank you, Amy.
This isn't a reasonable search. There's no reason to search these people that have never tried to smuggle anything into these prisons. So they took him into the jail, and when he wouldn't take off his own clothes, they left him there
Thanks,
for
Daryl.
13 hours overnight. Oh, we did need to call the news channels.
That's right, Tara Lee.
Bailey, maybe you guys could do a post and ask people and...
Hey, Jonathan Skipper, why don't you message our favorite Fox 5, Cindy? I know you have her number if you're watching.
Make it dramatic. Let her know people are chained up outside the jail.
Tell her my shoulder's killing me.
He's already whining. Oh my gosh, we just need a doctor to hop on and donate $20,000. And then I don't have to show you guys that I'm tougher than John Lamb. Let's see, who else did we see today? Cliven, Joe, Seth,
Ammon, Joe
Todd.
O'Shaughnessy,
Todd,
Todd Engel, Joe O'Shaughnessy, Jerry DeLoomis.
Jerry. And then we'll go back Thursday and see a few more people and visit some of the new names that we
Just
received.
2 hours so far, Laura.
Yes, this is real, Aaron. We are standing in a makeshift shower, which is what a private prison
Thanks, Candy.
forced a man into for 13 hours overnight, handcuffed because of a shirt he had on his bed.
1 hour and 45 minutes.
CCA, also known as Core Civic,
Rick Loveland, that's right.
Southern Nevada Detention Center,
Eric Parker.
for-profit prison. They make $65,000 a year on each prisoner, so they treat them horribly. They give them the least of the least, and they do not want them out on bail.
Pete Santelli's doing good. Deb Jordan visited him this week. He's getting his discovery ready, fighting as hard as he can behind bars with limited resources to fight his case. That's what the government likes to do. The government likes to have all the money and resources to fight the case against you, and they give you limited resources. They don't even give you enough. Being locked up, they don't give your discovery is not available readily for you. You're incarcerated constantly 24 hours a day. They limit your food unless you have outside help helping you with extra food. They limit your phone calls. Just everything's limited. It's definitely a hard battle to fight from the inside of jail, let alone being on the outside of jail fighting for your defense. Most people already take a plea deal, and these guys have been some tough guys to last as long as they have, over 16 months in jail. That's pretty much unheard of not to take a plea deal when they're beat down, put in solitary confinement, put in these 3x3 shower cells for petty things inside of jail, that you're innocent until proven guilty, and you haven't even had a trial, and they're locking people up in these little jail cells. It just without even a trial or a judge, they sentence you in there. It's just totally wrong.
Look at that big thing crawling on the ground towards me. You have to kill that thing. What is that? It's coming towards me.
It was just a tarantula.
What is that?
It was just like a little.
It might be.
I don't know what they're called, but it wasn't a spider or a scorpion.
It might be protected. We gotta be careful out here. We're in the desert.
That was a crazy critter. It was like a cross between a spider and a.
Yeah, there's these weird little fly critters out here, but no,
something.
it wasn't a spider, because John would have already been gone if that had been a spider, and it wasn't a scorpion. So I think you're fine.
So we're doing this at night because Ammon Bundy was pulled out of his cell at 10 at night and thrown into the 3-foot by 3-foot shower. CCA, you are never going to stop hearing the end of this. So just end solitary confinement. Get Ammon and Ryan out of the hole. Put them back in to general population so they can work on their case.
If you do nothing else, handcuff yourself behind your back. Well, have somebody there to unhandcuff you. Make sure you have keys. But have somebody put handcuffs behind your back for 1 hour and just see how it is. 2 hours. I've had them on just shy of 2 hours already, and my shoulder is killing me. Think about it, 13 hours thrown into a box like this when you've already been locked up for over 16 months in jail, and having to be put in something like this. It's thanks, Julie.
So we're looking for donations for Ammon Bundy, who's being tortured in prison and has been denied bail. You can learn more about him at AmmonBundyDefense.com.
Hi, Victoria Sharp.
Hi, Victoria. AmmonBundyDefense.com. Our goal is after the first 10,000 is raised, John can get out of here and go to bed, and then I'll stay until another 10,000 is raised, or 13 hours, whichever comes first. Unless I'm eaten by spiders. Oh, man. That's annoying.
The wind quit out here. We had wind for the last hour or so. Wasn't really bad. It was actually nice. But right now the wind has totally stopped.
Yeah, it'd be great to get some media out here. Lindsay or anybody from my Portland team, if you guys want to get on it and research some media and call, they always have 24-hour hotlines.
Thanks, Bruce Cuff.
They always have 24-hour hotlines. I see you over there, Bruce. Is that Tara Lee too?
Yep.
They always have 24-hour hotlines, so you can call and let them know that there's some people.
The cross was made by Dwayne Emmer.
Outside of the Southern Nevada Detention Center. We are on Panorama and Mesquite Avenue in Nevada. If you guys could all start calling the media, and all you have to tell them is that there are people handcuffed outside of the prison, And you don't have to tell them anything else. They'll show up and find out more from there. You can tell them there's 2 people, a man and a woman, handcuffed outside of the private prison.
Thanks, Jonathan
CCA,
Skipper.
Southern Nevada Detention Center on the corner of Panorama and Mesquite. We're in Nevada.
Bruce says John's feed is better. That's why he's over here.
Bruce Cup. Maybe it's good you didn't win governor.
That Dwayne Emmer made this cross here, I think, to be donated through the Patriot Mail Project thing. I'm not for sure exactly, but I know it's that it got made by Dwayne Emmer. He's made dozens and dozens and dozens of these crosses to be sold, and he gave them away to lots of people. He even made me one. I know he made Kelly one. Several other people he made these crosses for. This one here was, I know, given to us out here from someone to, I think we donated away or auctioned off.
Yes, you could donate in June. That would be fine. Just donate to AmmonBundyDefense.com or to any of the other political prisoners. We're trying to raise money to get Ammon's attorneys' living expenses covered. Oh, now you come over here, Bruce. So yes, you could donate anytime. Maybe we'll get an update soon on where we're at. Hopefully we've hit 2,000. Because after 10,000, John gets out of here.
Thanks, Ty. Okay, Laura.
John talks to himself too sometimes. So just ignore that.
I finally found a comfortable spot over here. Yes, thanks, Echo Lee. We'll get rid of Nick Mason. He's another troll. The problem with the trolls, when they act up like that, they end up getting blocked, and then they can't watch all the fun.
Can you guys hear me okay? Somebody says that it's windy. I am tired. It's been a long week. I was here for 5 days, and then I drove home. It took me 24 hours, drove straight home with one other driver. We each slept an hour and a half, and I was home for one night, and I left and spent, how long did it take us to get here? 6 days?
Something like that.
5 or 6.
Yeah, so while John was sitting here doing live streams and eating steak,
That's right, Jason.
I was breaking down on the side of the road and trying to get back here.
We started about 10 o'clock.
John didn't hear me say that.
What's that?
I said, well, you were here eating steak, doing live streams. I was on the road for 5 days
Oh,
with
yeah.
kids trying to get across the Northwest and breaking down. And
Yes, he was, Sarah.
so it's been a long couple weeks. But you know the really cool thing is we look tired, and we are, but Ammon really looked positive today, and he looked a million times better. Oh, a bug on my forehead.
Totally, almost 2 hours. We went in at 10 o'clock.
Ammon really looked better today, and I honestly believe that it's our obligation biblically to help carry burdens for each other and to intercede however we can. No, I didn't get my transmission fixed. My car still broke down 2.5 hours away. We're going to try to figure out what we'll do about that tomorrow, but when people are suffering, it's a lot easier to run away from their suffering, but some of us run straight into it, and we know that even if it causes us to suffer a little bit, I honestly believe as we suffer, it's lifting some of the load that these people are suffering.
Jonathan Skipper says, let the bugs go up the wall, then smack them with your forehead.
Ah! Years ago, one of my closest friends had her 3-year-old son drown
Thanks, Chaz.
in the river. And, you know, just like with this, the media judged her, said, where were you as a mom? Friends judged her. The newspapers judged her. But you know, she was camping with about 15 family members. They were all sitting right on the river, and this little boy drowned 5 feet from his grandma. And on top of that, the people camping next to them were all paramedics. And you know, going through that and seeing how the media twists things, that was heartbreaking. But the worst part was to see all of the friends that ran away because they couldn't bear to go through the trial with her. And I went through that trial with her every day. It took about 13 months, and it felt like the longest year of my life. I had my beautiful daughter at the time, and now my best friend had lost her baby boy, and the time it was her only son. He was 3, and you know, it was a really rewarding year, and God met me there as I helped her carry her burden. And I think that I was greatly blessed to go through that with her, and I feel badly for the people who ran away from her and couldn't sit with her every day as she wept and cried. And there was a lot of healing at the end of that year, and I eventually named my last son after little David, who drowned. My friend was one of the most overprotective moms I knew. If a dog came near him to lick him, she'd scoop him up off the ground, and she didn't want him to get hurt. And she was very overprotective, but the media crucified her, saying, where was this mother, and how did this little boy drown? And she was a good mom. And anyway, I walked through that with her, and I want to encourage you guys to walk through people's trials with them. It makes you stronger, and it gives you compassion and empathy for what other people are going through, and it lifts their burdens. There were nights I couldn't sleep because of this little boy's death, and those nights my friend would call me in the morning, and she would say, I don't know why, but I slept straight through last night. And I honestly believe that the Lord allowed me to carry some of that burden for her, and I wouldn't take back not one tear that I shed alongside of her. And I also wouldn't take back a day of the last 15 months walking through, or 16 months, wherever we're at now, walking through this trial with the people that I've come to know and love and respect. And there's some really great people we met down in Portland, and I'm thankful for the sacrifices we've made. And so we're asking you now to sacrifice financially to help Ammon and Lisa with their trial coming up. Go to AmmonBundyDefense.com and do the part that you can to lift some of the burden that they're facing, knowing that they need legal representation in these courts to even have a slim chance of winning. We've been talking for like 2 hours.
How long?
Like 2 hours. Can you believe that?
We've only been in here 2 hours.
Oh, my my shoulders hurt, my neck hurts, my right hip hurts. Ammon said that he had to put his shoulder back in because it kept slipping out of place. He has a dislocated shoulder. And so he slept most of the time standing up against the wall. And part of it down on the ground. And I can understand why.
If you can, the pain is in the shoulders pretty much. Someone asked for how we're doing, but yeah, I know my shoulders are hurting. My neck is hurting. It's pulled back, so I can't. And it's only been 2 hours. We have some of them that spent 5.5 hours in here. So it's only been 2 hours for us so far.
But you know, once Ammon Bundy got out of his 3-foot by 3-foot cell, they drug him to his solitary confinement, where he's been sitting now in a box. When we get out of this, we get to walk back to a bed and get away from all these spiders and bugs. Moths. Gosh, how am I going to sleep with moths? If somebody will donate $10,000, then John can get out of this, and then I will wait for another 10,000 or 13 hours. Ammon said his fingers were so swelled up he had no feeling left in them. And when they pulled him out after 13 hours, they said, we could have left you here for 72 hours by our policy. And when the sheriff heard that, she said, I couldn't walk into Walmart and tell them what their policies need to be. No more can I walk into this prison and tell them what their policies need to be. How crazy is that? What if my policy at my house was to lock my kids in a 3-foot by 3-foot shower, handcuffed when they misbehaved? Yeah, then she'd have her little CPS trolls at my door so they could make money on my family.
Is the administrator on there? Have you seen her?
Administrator, I'm sure she's watching. Can you hop over to John's page?
Nick Mason.
Get Nick Mason blocked. If somebody else can go to Nick Mason and report his page and see, it might be a fake page. So you can just report it as a fake page and it might be gone in the next couple minutes. There she is. Nick Mason. Nick Mason, your time has come. You know, we had one troll, I think there was well, I won't get into that one, never mind. People are funny. Sometimes trolls aren't who you think they are. Sometimes they're people who are just upset with you. And they don't know how to talk to you, so they create fake accounts. Oh, people, just talk to each other. That's what the FBI wouldn't do for Ammon, and that's why Lavoie got killed. They didn't accept any of his invitations to come out and talk. President Obama didn't either, but he invited his factions into the White House and told them he was sorry for the abuses they had endured, but he didn't care about going out and meeting the ranchers. Instead, they ambushed him and then shot Lavoie 3 times in the back on October 27, 2016. And they still have not been held accountable for that. 8 legs. What is Bailey saying about 8 legs?
That's what spiders have. They're like an octopus.
You're such a turd. Spider guts in here. What else can we teach about?
Thanks, John Lamb.
Hey, John, quick tip. Kelly's getting tired, and so she's kind of easy to poke at this point.
Yeah.
It can get pretty entertaining.
I was thinking about sitting down and trying to sleep for an hour while people share this and get the media out here to help us raise some more funds and bring some more awareness to CCA, Southern Nevada Detention Center, also known as Core Civic. They're changing their name because of all the lawsuits that they're facing across this country for abusing people in their human trafficking program. They're all complicit of it. The guards, the security, the CEO, the managers,
Thank you, sir.
the accountants. Every one of them are complicit of human trafficking and should absolutely be ashamed of themselves. And I should surely hope nobody who works at this facility ever has the audacity to wave an American flag. Our founding fathers would be ashamed of this facility. Oh my gosh. Okay, that is huge.
What?
I am not
Right
exaggerating.
on
What
the
the
bench.
heck is that? Dude,
Whoa.
what is
It's
that?
fine. Don't worry. I didn't say whoa.
What is that? Holy freaking dude.
I think that
There's something back here. Dude, what is
Hi,
that?
Laura.
Looks kind of like a cockroach, but I don't think
Oh, it's huge.
it is. See if we can get it.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Oh, I lost it.
My freaking hands are behind my back.
Hang on. It's disappeared.
You lost it. It was running right here
Oh,
towards
there it
me.
is. Yeah, that's a unique creature.
A unique creature.
Don't panic.
$10,000 will get me out of this cell, guys. Ammon, Bundy,
This isn't-
defense. What?
This is water, right?
Yeah. Yes, that's what.
Okay, I'm trying to find the creature.
AmmonBundyDefense.com. Ah! Dude, if he jumps in here, I'm gonna freak.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, did he fly?
Oh, he's coming that way. Hang on.
Dude, you know what?
I don't think he bites.
How do you know if he bites?
He
He's
doesn't-
huge and
He
he's
doesn't
red.
look like the bitey kind, okay?
I'd like to know if Ammon has any bugs in jail that look huge.
I'm sure there is, and that is a
Did
concrete
you take
building.
a picture of that thing?
He's a clever bug. He keeps
It's a warehouse.
moving. Well, I don't think he can't get in, right?
Well, what do you mean he can't get in? Yes, he can just.
I have an
walk in.
administrator running on the back page. It's really me in this jail cell. I'm not running Facebook and in here.
Here he is.
There he is, John. You see that thing?
Yes.
What the heck is that? There's another one. Holy cow! It's on the bench and it's big. What is that? It's gonna fly over to me.
It flew the other way.
Moth, I think. That's a moth.
Guys.
I'm not scared of bugs.
Well, the lights up there are actually drawing them to you
I
more
know.
than John.
I know. I'm thinking we should turn the lights off up here.
Thanks everybody for blocking that Nick, that troll. I had an administrator on the backside
Okay,
blocking
what is
him
that
also.
thing?
That one just flies, so
That's
They-
huge too.
They don't bite.
they
What
don't.
What are these things? Why do
They're
people
drawn
live
to the
in
light.
Nevada?
Bugs are drawn to the light. Scorpions are not.
Okay. I think we should turn the light off over my head. Why do people live in Nevada?
light
The
above-
Northwest is beautiful. The grass is green. The bugs are normal size. They're not crazy and on steroids.
Well, we have some pretty weird.
That light probably won't attract the bugs anyway because it's like them solar ones.
I know. Well, they keep coming
Maybe.
around her. I don't know. If we have one main light,
Yes.
then it will. But I don't know if we can turn these
If
off.
I wasn't
There's a
cuffed,
button
I
on the
would
side on the
feel like I
black
could
part.
whack
Around
them when
the
they
side
come
there's a
at me,
button.
but This is how Ammon feels with the guards when they charge at him and he's handcuffed.
They're kind of like cockroaches.
They're kind of like big cockroaches. John wanted to do this at night because he was afraid of the sun. So he has subjected me to scorpions and snakes and big bugs. Anthony, I think, says he is going to donate $50. I hope. Maybe we'll change it from 20,000 to 10,000 and we'll both get out at 10,000. Come on, guys.
That was the original plan.
We got like 8,000 to go.
Oh, I know.
There's another one. Those things are crazy. Why do people live in the desert? And the
not all
ants,
bad.
we went to the wash and the ants climb up your pants. All right, guys, we're at $1,600. We can do this.
It's way cooler at night. This is way better than the middle of the day.
Go check on
Oh my gosh, there's no way I'm gonna sleep. I should have done this during the day.
them. Well, now that the light's out here, the bugs will be drawn this way. So, and they haven't actually gone in your cage there. So,
Just the spider that I squished.
spider.
Yeah, big freaking spider. I thought I was hallucinating. And I stepped on it. I'm not kidding you.
I believe you.
This is dumb. Come on, you guys. We need a doctor. Please, will you donate $10,000?
Yeah, where's all the big funders, right? Where's Donald Trump? Where's all his
Come on, Donald
pals
Trump.
with all the money?
Donald Trump,
Where's the
make America great again. Make America great again. Start by donating to AmmonBundyDefense.com
and then pardon them.
and then pardon them and get them out of jail.
Clear out these prisons.
And send me the money for my transmission. Or just buy me a new car. AmmonBundyDefense.com. Morgan Philpott representing Ammon Bundy for his trial at the end of the year. He was supposed to be retried June 26th, but because the first group was mostly a hung jury in America, that means you can retry them again. And that's what they're doing with this group. What's the point in going to trial? If they don't find you guilty, they can just retry you over and over and over again. Do you realize that? Do you know how ridiculous that is? To not get a unanimous guilty verdict and for them to say, well, now we're just going to retry you again. They want a unanimous one way or the other. What does it matter? They did not prove beyond reasonable doubt that they were guilty. 2 people said guilty and 10 said not guilty for the Bunkerville stand-up. That means there was reasonable doubt. That means all of those men should have been acquitted. All of them. found Greg Burleson, who was a past informant. He still didn't commit the crimes that they say that he committed. Greg Burleson at the Bunkerville stand-up said some inflammatory things, and then afterwards the FBI came and pretended to be a recording crew called Longbow, and they interviewed him and they gave him lots of alcohol, which the jury did not know about. And are you going to sleep, John?
Trying to.
You want me to stop talking? I'm not gonna go to sleep with these bugs out here. They're huge.
I'll take the first shift of sleeping.
You won't tell me if they're over here. You'll wait till there's 20 and then you'll wake me up. Just will all run out.
For some reason, they've not come over this way at all.
Longbow Production interviewed Greg Burleson, got him drunk, and then he said inflammatory things that he shouldn't have said, but he was also very drunk, and he said that he wanted FBI agents to die.
They did throw Greg Burleson under the bus.
They totally did.
Even his attorney did.
His attorney didn't represent him at all. Get this. The FBI agent who said he used Greg as a past informant said they let him go because he embellished the truth too much. His attorney didn't even use that in his favor to convince the jury that all he said on that pretend film crew was just embellishments. That film was made after the Bunkerville stand-up. The man harmed nobody. Who cares if weeks later he said on a film that he wanted somebody to die? He had every opportunity at the Bundy Bunkerville stand-up to harm somebody, and he didn't. He was just embellishing like he always does. And now he was found guilty and is looking at a minimum of 57 years in federal prison, and he harmed nobody. Nobody. That's America. That's our America that we love.
Think about the bugs, you know?
What?
The guards are kind of like those in there. They don't let you sleep. They come in there, they check on you, they kick you, they try to wake you up. Leave
the lights on.
They're almost more scary than the bugs, because
Yeah.
you can't probably get a good night's sleep in there. You don't know if you're going to get stabbed or your guard's going to set you up and get you in trouble. It happens all the time.
Yep.
There's no way to get any contraband inside a prison unless a guard brings it in. A guard has to bring it in. They strip search you to make sure you don't have nothing illegal, and the guards are bringing it into these guys.
Yep.
There's no other way to get it in there.
They search everybody to enter this facility. They have so many drugs. Ammon's been offered drugs, and he said no. Where are these drugs coming from? It's coming from the guards.
Them are good guards.
Don't tell me that this war on drugs is working. The war on drugs is nothing but a joke. War on drugs was created by our own government so they could financially profit off of the people. Why are people sitting in jail over marijuana or really any drug for that matter? In a free country, can't you sit in your house and do a drug if you want to? I mean, I don't do drugs, but isn't that a little bit insane that in a free country you could be caught with an extra plant and end up in prison for years? That's stupid. That's because jails and prison guards and private prisons are human trafficking facilities. AmmonBundyDefense.com. Go there and learn about the atrocities that are happening inside of these private prisons right now. We're raising funds to help Ammon and Lisa Bundy in their upcoming trial. Ammon was tortured, is being constantly tortured, but is being tortured inside of the CCA Southern Nevada Detention Center in Nevada. He was locked in a 3-foot by 3-foot cell with handcuffs on overnight, and then stripped naked and thrown into solitary confinement over a shirt that was hanging off of his bunk bed. This is a man who has not had his day in court and has been waiting for it for over 400 days. What is the point in days, and he still has another 200 days to go. What did our founding fathers fight and die for? I'm tired, Robert. It's been a long couple weeks. Those guys in those cells are tired. Bugs flying at me and being handcuffed. It's a helpless feeling. I don't really want to sit down because we turned off the light in here, and so now I can't see what's down there. I should probably have to turn the light back on when he comes to check on me. AmmonBundyDefense.com. Donate $1, donate $100. Our goal is $10,000 for the first level. It'll get John out of this cell, and then another $10,000 for me. That'll help Ammon and Lisa pay for their attorney to go and represent them in Nevada for Ammon's trial. Does anybody know what time it is? John's awake. You startled.
Somebody.
That's like in prison. They're constantly hearing sounds, and the guys are constantly turning around. I guess it's just not going to make any noise. And when they're handcuffed, they're hitting their handcuffs against the bars and making noise.
So it's no secret that Doug Knowles doesn't particularly like me, and somebody said today in a comment that they would pay $500 to see Gavin locked in an outhouse and Doug Knowles tip it over. Awesome. So if we could benefit the prisoners from our disagreements, maybe that wouldn't be so bad, right? Okay. So, you guys want me to go live on YouTube for a few minutes? Maybe we can find a couple of new audience.
Yeah.
Members.
I know, we've got some dedicated people here. We've got 140 people still live watching.
Awesome. Okay. Let's see if we can what I can find here. Still up? Brandon woke up there. I must have woken him up with all my noise.
I still can't see the ground, but
well,
I guess I could lean over. Ammon said he slept quite a bit standing up, just leaned up against the...
It's 3:17 in West Virginia.
You could just sit down by faith.
No.
You're actually blocking the light to the ground because you had me put a board there.
I'd rather keep standing up by faith.
Watch. If the board was up, then they'd light on the ground. So when the board's down, it's dark. Up, down.
Okay.
So it's your choice.
Well, I guess
Really,
it's
I
not
think
really,
the board makes
it's
zero
not really,
difference.
It's not really keeping us from coming in. It just makes me feel like I'm more protected.
Because there's a board on the front regardless. Really, this is not doing anything, I don't think.
Oh, that's so awesome. I'm having a hard time reading that. Is it Joanna or...
It's 1:18 in New Mexico, and no, Kelly has not got her transmission fixed yet. We're still trying to find the proper place to take it.
We've been busy doing jail visits. And we have some pretty awesome people that loaned me a car where we broke down.
1219 in Idaho. That's what it is here, is 1219.
It is 12:19. Just like 2 hours. Well, I'm definitely going to beat BJ. I know that.
20 after 1.
At least I hope.
Hi, Lee Arthur Rice. How you doing there?
Hi, Lee. Lee, I have to pee. I'd pay to see Gavin knock over Doug Roberts. Stop. You don't want that. But if you pay enough, we might.
We might both agree to it, right?
Ah, lying on my arm.
If I lean up against the building just right with my head, I can relieve the pain off my shoulders a little bit.
That's exactly what Ammon was doing. Put pressure on his shoulders by leaning. See, we get to talk to each other, but Ammon and some of these other guys, they don't get to talk to anybody when they're sitting in the hole. You even imagine. How long was Jeff Winehouse in the hole, Gavin? I think you told me like
40 days, I think.
yeah, it was like over a month and a half.
Did you talk to somebody the day that has been in the hole for like 4 months?
Yeah, it was months. Can you imagine? It'd be like turning around and then that's all you see for
Now that
4
that
months.
that wasn't the same hole that Ammon was in. They weren't in a 3x3 cell for 4 months.
No,
but
they were
in
in
a
like a
solitary
4
cell. They could lay down.
4 foot by 6 foot cell for 4 months, just staring at a wall, and we consider that humane treatment. The sheriff won't intervene. What is the purpose of having a sheriff if they can't do anything to protect you in the prisons?
They're not law enforcement anymore.
They're not law enforcement anymore. At this point, they're security guards for the private prisons.
Love you too, brother.
Or prostitutes, whichever you prefer.
Yeah, I mean, you're selling your soul. AmmonBundyDefense.com. You can go and support Ammon and Lisa Bundy for their upcoming trial. Get us out of this hole. Get away from the bugs. But what do scorpions do? Do they bite you? Or do they sting?
They sting, but yeah, they sting.
Does it just go away, or is it like a big
Depends on the
deal?
scorpion.
Huh.
But I don't think scorpions are a real high probability.
That guy up the road said there's 3 in his backyard the other night.
Yeah, they're drawn to certain areas, so
You have a higher chance of being locked up by your federal government than getting bit by a scorpion. That's the truth. It's not
sad.
a laughing matter. It's the truth. But look how many people are locked up in prison. I can't even remember how many people, how many millions of people are locked up in prison.
I don't know, but America, for all its freedom,
largest.
is the highest in the world.
1 in every 110 people are incarcerated in America.
110 people.
You're less likely to be imprisoned by your government
You don't
in
get
communist
bit.
China, I think, than in America. We have higher number than any of them.
I bet there isn't 1 in a million to get bit by a scorpion.
I
1 in 110 get incarcerated.
Not only are we the highest country in the world, I believe the numbers are.
2 million, this Judy says.
I think
here.
about half the prison population of the planet is in the United States.
Wow.
I'm tired, I can't read that anymore. The smaller, the more potent. Oh,
Scorpions. Yeah, the little
scorpions.
scorpions, the little wood scorpions are some of the worst ones.
Yeah, we
But
have
maybe
this-
you should just stop thinking about scorpions.
I know. I wanted to put these up on like a pallet and then a sheet of wood so that things could run under me instead of running to me. Hello, Luana. Been praying for you. Saw a picture you posted the other day of your grandbaby on that fundraiser that you're doing. What else can I share?
Here, what I'll do is I'll go live on YouTube, and that way we can kind of do a short recap, and you can just kind of touch on some of these things again before you fall asleep completely, both of you. And we'll see if we can just get my, because a lot of the YouTubers are late nighters. Maybe we can get a few of them on here.
I'm not as tired as I am in pain. My shoulders and neck is in pain.
Yeah.
Not that I don't like sleep. I do like sleep.
There we go. Okay, hold on a second.
My wrists hurt, and these aren't even very tight. Just the weight of the handcuffs down around them, it starts cutting off the circulation.
Almost 3 million people incarcerated. 2,909.090, something like that. That's a lot.
That's crazy. Hey guys, it's Gavin here. Just wanted to go live for a couple minutes. We're on the side of the road out here in the middle of the Nevada desert, outside the Nevada Southern Prison, and we got two people. Yeah, I'm okay, guys. Thanks. The world's not okay. We got two people here in these cells that represent the 3x3 cells that this prison out here tortures people like Bundy in the solitary confinement. So let me just, these two went in this cell, and they've been in here for hours now, handcuffed with no food or water. Go to AmmonBundyDefense.com. What this is for is they tortured Bundy in a 3x3 cell, and did much worse to him than this for 13 hours. And the sheriff of Nye County, Nevada, says there was no wrongdoing in that, and that the prison can essentially do whatever they want to human beings, is what it really comes down to. And we flip this camera around here, AmmonBundyDefense.com, and what they're doing is they're doing a fundraiser. And we got Kelly here, and we got John here. So somebody talk to me. You guys still awake in there?
Yep.
I'm gonna go back for a second, and so before I have you talk, just to show them what we're seeing here. So that is Pahrump, Nevada, out behind us, and there's not really anybody out here. The prison is over there, the concentration camp, the human traffickers. So these little cells, and it's more intense than it looks because they're actually handcuffed in here.
Right.
It's very uncomfortable, and so we got these people on the side of the road, and there's been various people in this cell.
Right.
I think this is the first time we have two at night like this.
Gavin, read it.
So okay.
Anthony said he'll donate $100 if you hold up the Bill of Rights when you're done and let me read it.
Okay, I will get a Bill of Rights.
Okay.
Once we're
in this
once we're
cell
done.
trying to raise money for Bundy's legal defense team. He was beaten up, shackled for 13 hours overnight in a 3-foot by 3-foot shower. And after that, he was pulled out by 6 people in SWAT gear, stripped naked of his clothes, and thrown into solitary confinement where he still sits today. He has not had his day in court. He's been held for over 400 days. And the Supreme Court's law or ruling was at 70 days with speedy trial. He's been standing up to the federal government, and as a result, they're persecuting him and punishing him in jail and not giving him his day in court because they know that he's going to win. So we're out here to raise some funds and also to try to relive the 13 hours that he spent overnight starting at 10 o'clock at night. Oh my gosh, you're so close to my face right now.
I'm just tired.
He spent 13 hours handcuffed. His ankles were bloody from the shackles that they had on him when they drug him in there. And so we're just in here trying to raise some money. Our goal is $10,000. We're right about $2,000. So we need $8,000 more dollars, or 13 hours is what we're going to spend in here.
There's a comment on here. Somebody says they tried to get a hold of the media, but the media said they weren't allowed to cover that sort of thing. I would say the sheriff in this town probably went straight to the media and said, well, it's best for the community if you leave this alone and don't talk about the prison, because as we understand it, the sheriff...
Well, we know that one of the county commissioners in this town, his last name is Schinoffner, and he took a $25,000 bribe to let this prison go in, and he's also made multiple calls telling people to make us move here. He even threatened homeowners or landowners here to make us trespass us to get us off of here. And that's been confirmed. His name is Schinoffner. He's one of the county commissioners.
So guys, this is Kelli Stewart. The better looking one here is Kelli Stewart. The guy with the cool beard, though, is John Lamb. So like, but either way,
I can grow armpit hair.
yeah, let's not go there right now. This is the YouTube audience isn't really into that. Okay, so so guys, what they're out here for again? Here I'm going to switch here. What they're out there for? These guys are out on the side of the road, chained up in a cell to try and raise money to not just help Ammon Bundy. It's not just about that. It's about standing against this prison abuse. It's about defending people that are just illegally incarcerated. I mean, our prisons are abused all over the nation, and this is a CCA. This is CCA Core Civic, private, for-profit, publicly traded prisons. These are literally human traffickers, right? Can you imagine investing in something that traffics in human beings, and that's your business investment? What kind of a human being does that? What kind of a human being works in a prison? I was actually kind of disgusted today. You know, we were up visiting. I visited 4 or 5 people with Kelly. John was up there, and we were visiting these prisoners, some of which many of these people we'd never met before, and so they had these people in there. This one official in there was glaring daggers at me because she knew what I thought of their system. The other man in there was a bit more jovial and tried to be more levity about it, but this isn't a light thing, and he's still a human trafficker. And so I look down the road. We're in Nevada, right? A few miles down the road is a brothel, and the whores running our prisons are lower, right? I mean, the people at the brothel look like saints to people that trade in human flesh. But here's what you can do to help right now. Let's get these guys out of this cell. Go to Ammon Bundy, AMMONBUNDY, defense.com, and we have a situation here where our politicians, our sheriffs, our officers have prostituted themselves in the worst possible way as human traffickers. So share this. Now, I'm not going to keep this stream going all night, but Kelly and John both have ongoing streams, and you can go to my Facebook page, facebook.com/callmegav, where I've shared both of their streams. So these will be ongoing things. They may try and get some sleep here soon, but we want to get them out of there, and we need some donations to do that. So how much is it worth, right? Speak out against prison abuse and pitch in a few bucks to help this legal defense team with Ammon Bundy. And let me switch the camera around. You guys have anything else that you want to add here, or anything else you want to say about what's going on out here?
I just challenge all of you guys out there just to try this simple thing of just putting on a pair of handcuffs behind your back. Have somebody handcuff you for 1 hour. Just try that and just tell me how your shoulders feel afterwards. I've been in here just a little over 2 hours now, and a 3x3 cell, and there is no comfort in here at all. In this jail that we're camped out right behind here, we've been out here for 17 plus days now. There was a gentleman that we know about that spoke up that was left in the side of a cell just this same size for 13 hours with his hands handcuffed behind his back. And this kind of stuff we want to expose and let it know it is not acceptable, not in this country ever, to any human being.
Exactly. So, well, what's going on here is these guys are in a cell on the side of the middle of the Nevada desert near the CCA private prison. These 3x3 cells represent the cells that they torture inmates in, handcuffed for hours on end. And so back there is Pahrump, Nevada. The sheriff of Nye County says that the private prison can torture these prisoners. That's the sheriff of Nye County, and the local officials get bribes from this this company. CCA is a for-profit, publicly traded prison. But let's not pretend that abuse isn't happening in all the prisons. But I think in many cases our for-profit prisons are the worst. So these guys are in there with no food, no water of their own accord to represent this, to raise money for the defense for Ammon Bundy, who they did this to 13 hours for, shackled till he was bleeding, and then they beat him and threw him naked into another solitary confinement cell. It just never ends. So this isn't a joke. I mean, this is very serious stuff, and I hope you guys will share this. Go to AmmonBundyDefense.com and just pitch in. The goal is to get to $10,000 to $20,000 here, so that these guys will get out of this cell. And we've got to stand up. It doesn't matter what faction or what people you're with. We've got to stand up against this abuse. And so these cells in the middle of the desert here, outside this for-profit prison, the prison guards, when they get off shift, they have to drive by this. And so we have signs reminding them that they're human traffickers and that they don't have to sell their soul for $10 an hour. And this is about raising funds right now.
John Lamb joined.
That's about raising funds
Administrator right now.
How
Are
did
you-
they join?
Are you getting
Oh,
delirious?
Get these people out,
that's
guys.
administrator.
hilarious.
Get them out of their cell
I can't
by
read
donating.
Somebody
to
else
help
asked me that, too.
prisoners in that
Funny.
prison, that hell
Said, how
hole
can
over
John
there,
Lamb be in the cell and on here at the
get
same
out of
time?
their cells and helping expand the message against prison abuse across the nation. America incarcerates more of its people than any nation in the world. That's not freedom. That's third world totalitarian fascism perversion. And it's time we step up. So go to AmmonBundyDefense.com and okay, Kelly, anything else to say here?
People, we have the power. When the people unite, we have the power. So unite with other people who are principled, standing up against federal overreach and against prisons for profit and prison abuse, and make sure that the elected officials who've all been bought out understand that we the people say no more.
Yeah, exactly. So definitely, pitch in, guys, and bear in mind this is not money that goes to me or even to them in here. This is going directly to help these guys in prison, to help their a legal team on the ground, and the message has to go forward. So as we're sitting there buying our coffees and playing our games tonight, and just came from a weekend of being out in the nice spring weather here, let's think about this and take the time to pitch in and give up a little. Go give 20, go give 50, go give 100, go give $1,000. These guys are very uncomfortable in here, and this is a representation of the cells that these for-profit prisons, that American prisons lock people in, and just no seats, just standing room only when they want to torture them, and then they take them out and punish them further, sometimes with months in solitary confinement, isolation, unable to take phone calls, and so it's absolutely
Gotta stop. The
insanity.
right to a speedy trial is something that the accused gets, and the right to bail. And those are two things that protect our justice system or protect the people from ever being held hostage by their government. Both of those things have been forfeited in all of these cases, and they are political prisoners. Ammon Bundy and Cliven Bundy and everybody who stood up in the Bunkerville stand-up are political prisoners. And just about every one of the people in this prison have been denied due process, and they need a voice, and we're out here to be their voice.
Yeah, we have to start being a voice against the corrupt judges, the corrupt police, the guards, the prisons, the for-profit. Prisons are not something that should be for-profit. Prisons, for the most part, shouldn't even exist, certainly not in the way that they do exist now. And what you can do to help these guys, let's help these guys get out of here, and let's get some funds going. They're trying to raise another $10,000 here, and they want to get out of this. So go to AmmonBundyDefense.com, and let me just give you a wider view here. This is where we had the march, around the prison Saturday. Kelly kind of led the charge, calling people out here a few weeks ago, and there's been people out here on the ground ever since. And we had these cells. John, BJ, Soper worked on these. It was an idea of Jared's, actually, to say, well, what if we make a cell that represents what they're doing? I think these guys are going to try and get some rest. Anything to say before we close off for now, John?
We need people to stand up against these corporations, and it's we the people. We need the Constitution back. We need the Bible back. We need prayer back in this country to change this thing around, or it's never going to get changed.
Yeah, and we got to speak up. We got to stop making excuses, making it about faction, Doesn't matter who you are. Nobody should be treated this way. Doesn't matter what your faction is, black or white or left or right or Christian or Muslim. No human being deserves to be treated like the trash that these judges, that these officers, that these prison guards, that these for-profit human trafficking institutions. We've gone from the cotton field to the correction center. It's just the new form of slavery. So
These men are slaves. They say that every visit we have. Ammon says, I'm nothing but a slave here. I'm a dollar sign and they're making money on me, and so they won't let me go home to my family. They won't even give me my day in court. This is slavery, but now it reaches all nationalities. They don't care what nationality that you are. If you're a problem to them in society in any way, even if you're fighting for what's righteous and just, they will incarcerate you and financially profit off of your torture and abuse. And this has to stop.
absolutely. So guys, love your neighbor. Go to Ammon, AMMONBUNDY, defense.com and donate to this cause to help speak out against this prison abuse, to help support the legal teams, and for the trolls and haters out there, you wouldn't be trolling and hating if you had half the courage of these people out here standing, because you wouldn't have the time. You'd be out there loving your neighbor and standing up. So speak out, and they've been in here for hours now, and it's time to stand up. It's time to speak out. It's time to move. So let's do it. Let's get it done. All right, guys, spread the word. Share this. Send it to the news station. Send it to your friends. And go to my page, facebook.com/callmegav, where their streams will continue streaming, so you can see what's happening in these cells as the night goes on. Speak up. Stand up.
I'll get the trolls deleted. I have most of mine deleted. Unlike John Lamb, I blocked the trolls. Just kidding. He's started blocking more people now. I think I just snorted. I'll get them blocked. John, if you lean on the back, you got to tell me, or we'll push this right over. And that's
Okay. It shouldn't go over with the legs, but still it could. I don't think it will, but
Does it have legs in the back?
the legs stick out another 2 foot backwards.
Okay.
Luana, we're down in Nevada because Ammon Bundy called us and told us that they beat him up and threw him in a 3 foot by 3 foot shower stall for 13 hours overnight with bloody ankles from shackles he had previously been wearing. And then they stripped him naked the next morning and threw him in solitary confinement, where he still sits. So we're out here in front of the prison raising awareness. Oh, it's okay. Don't feed into the troll, Luana. Act like it's not even there. I'll get it blocked tomorrow. It's probably just one of our dumb trolls. But remember, Luana, I have to read what you're saying there, so you don't want me to have to read that. I don't commit crimes. You do commit crimes, little lady. If a police officer followed you around every single day, I promise you would commit crimes and felonies. I promise. Yeah. Can you block it while it's live? Oh. Blocked. Dun-dun. Bye-bye, sweet little lady. I love you too, Luana. We miss our Portland people here. Nevada people are good too, but I miss my Portland team. They're awesome. I was thinking about this last year and all the things that we've done, and how that very first
I'm gonna try that, Simon, and I'm fixing to try to see if I can set down. It's pretty tight in here.
Back in March.
I'm 6'2", and this is only 36 inches wide either which way I've got. Hi, Sherry.
I'll be back.
JR and
I'm gonna try to set down here in a minute. My shoulders are pretty sore right now and tight.
John, quit talking. Go ahead.
No, I know, you're fine.
Hey, you can finish.
But yeah, my shoulders are pretty sore right now. I can't get comfortable no matter if I'm leaning up against the back or how I'm doing. So but But I'm gonna try it here in just a moment, see if I can get down here. And I just had to scratch my nose, pretty rough. I bent over just to try to scratch my nose on my knee, and I can barely bend over to reach my knee with my nose with my hands the way they are, tight behind my back.
People want an update. So people are being abused at the prison. So we are out here standing for them in a 3 foot by 3 foot cell. They use a shower in there that they lock people in. The people that told us about this, that we're friends with, are in jail because of the Bunkerville stand-up in April 12th, 2014?
Yes.
And that was an issue where Clive Bundy was standing on his convictions that the federal government can't own land because Article 1, Section 8, Clause 17,
Okay.
right?
I forgot.
Says that the federal government can't own anything outside of forts, ports, 10 square miles, and other needful buildings for keeping our country safe. And now our federal government thinks they can own all the land that they want and keep it from the people and hoard the resources. So Clive Bundy stood on, I'm echoing, Clive Bundy stood on his principle that the federal government couldn't own land, and when the fees he was supposed to pay to the state got switched to the federal government, he wouldn't pay it because he said that the federal government can't own land. He couldn't give the federal government any money. He could only give the state of Nevada money because the land his cows were grazing on within his grazing rights were those funds were supposed to go to the state of Nevada. This isn't England. We don't have a king. We don't pay the king for our land use. We pay our state. And so the BLM, the Bureau of Land Management, that the federal government armed and allowed to become a militarized police force, basically, and they're just nothing more than a bunch of forest rangers that are put in place by bureaucrats and nobody that were elected, so you can't remove them. They showed up with guns and started shooting Clive Bundy's cattle in the head and running them down with helicopters and separating moms from babies and cows from calves, I guess you'd say. And then finally Margaret Houston got thrown to the ground, and Ammon Bundy was tased either 2 or 3 times. And people across this nation said enough is enough. This is not on my country. And a bunch of cowboys showed up, and they very peaceably stood in a line and told the federal government no. And Clive Bundy said even hell no. And in the end, the federal government backed down. The BLM was called off. Agent Dan Love failed at his mission to injure more Americans, because that's what Agent Dan Love does, is he abuses people and he gets them to commit suicide, or he kills them, and or helps other people kill them. And they all stood down. Well, 2 years passes and the federal government goes through and rounds up, I can't remember, 26 or something of those people, and now 19 of them are standing trial over that, and their charges are insane. You literally, if you go Google Gavin Syme, the Bundy story, and you'll watch the whole video, it's a tragic story, and also a beautiful story of courage and the love of God and country and the love of your neighbor. And the federal government came along and charged these people with assault on federal officers. They said that they assaulted them. You had cowboys with guns on their hips, riding and standing in a line, telling these rogue, tyrannical agents that they couldn't keep shooting cows in the head. PETA turned away and wouldn't come and help. And at the end, the people were the last line of defense. The people, when all the 3 branches of government fail, the 4th branch of government is we the people, and we the people said no and even hell no. And now these people are sitting in federal detention centers waiting for trial over 400 days. Dave Bundy is sitting in jail, and all he did on the street was photograph. And they took him to the ground and arrested him. And he's been in jail now over 400 days for photographing what was going on out there in 2014 in the Bunkerville stand-up. This has got to stop, you guys. The Bundys never hurt anybody, and nobody who showed up to hurt anybody. In fact, they showed up so that the crimes would stop being committed. And now they're in jail. It's the Bundy story is a true story. These are American heroes that are at this wherever I'm at this detention center, prison, hostage center. And they're being abused. Ammon has told me so many stories. I've been so blessed to know Ammon and Ryan and Lisa and Angie, along with all the others, but I got to know Ammon and Ryan because they were in Portland over the refuge last year. And their family wasn't close to home, and so I would visit them and many others, and I was incredibly blessed by the time that I spent down there visiting them and learning and being educated on the Constitution and our rights and the Founding Fathers, and I don't remember where I was going with that. Let's see, where was I going with that? Ammon and Ryan. Being abused. Oh, I know now. Ammon said that he has a man next to him. He's in solitary confinement because he won't help these guards molest him by taking off his clothes every time they tell him to. And so I forgot again what I was saying. You guys remember what I was saying?
Are you awake over there?
I was in the sun too much yesterday and I got really burned. So I haven't been feeling very good.
I tried to lay down for a little bit. There's no way to lay down actually. But I crumpled up down here, but there's no way to get comfortable whether you're crunched up on the floor or you're standing up here. It's almost more comfortable to stand up for me anyway and put pressure on my shoulders and lean back.
Yep.
But getting down on the floor was not comfortable at all either.
Well, there's spiders down there too. There's spiders down there, I said. Hello?
You talking to me?
Yes, I'm talking to you.
What's that?
I said there's spiders down
Oh.
there too.
There might be. I don't see them.
I snorted again. I know what I was saying.
If it gets too dangerous, we can walk out of here at any time. So we're not going to hurt ourselves for sure, damage anything, because we can walk out and there are people that are close by that can unhandcuff us. It is uncomfortable and it is painful, but I can tell you right now that 13 hours is going to be very, very hard and difficult to do. If it almost had to be forced on somebody for sure to stay in here a full 13 hours.
The BLM stands for the Bureau of Land Management. And there's all these unconstitutional agencies that our federal government has taken it upon themselves in Congress to form. And see, they can't form things that aren't within the Constitution. Just because we gave Congress the power and our legislators the power, it doesn't mean that they can go outside of the restrictions and the boundaries that the Constitution's given them. And the Bureau of Land Management is one of those unconstitutional agencies, along with many other, the EPA, and the FBI and all the other alphabet agencies out there that exist. that we the people didn't elect into place, and they're given all kinds of of power and authority that they shouldn't have, and that they really don't have, that don't belong to them. And I don't remember what the question was now with it. I think it was just who is the BLM. And so the BLM is who the BLM is who went out to the Bundy Ranch from Bunkerville and started shooting all their cattle in the head in 2014, and that's when all the cowboys went and stood up. There was a couple people on the bridges with guns because they thought that the people down below the bridge were all going to be killed, and so they were doing what they knew that they had to do. You're almost over your data plan. I keep going over my data plan. So those people are facing like 95 years in prison. So and all they did was go to protect Americans. How could that be? How can it be that you would hear that people are being abused, and so many of these guys fought in the military and swore to uphold the Constitution and to defend their neighbor in need from enemies, domestic and abroad. And then when they came and tried to do that, they eventually got put in prison and treated like they're terrorists. How can that be in this country? These people are heroes. They're not terrorists. They're good people. Ammon has 3 little girls and 3 little boys. Ryan Bundy has 8 children. They both have beautiful wives. Mel and Brianna Bundy have 5. Wait.
They have 5, yes.
They have 5 daughters, right?
I know they have 5 children. I don't remember. I think they're girls.
They do. They have all girls. Brianna and Mel have 5 baby girls, and they'd probably have another one on the way if Mel wasn't being wrongfully held. And Mary Lynn has
6.
Has 6 with Dave. And I think I said all 4 of the Bundy kids. Eric Parker has 2 beautiful kids and a beautiful wife. And how many kids does Micah McGuire have?
3.
3 kids. And who else? What about Steve Stewart? How many kids? He has 2 kids.
2, boy and a girl.
Yep, he has a boy and a girl. I think his kids, he said, were like 7 and 13, or 7 and 14.
Scott Drexler, I know he has 1 daughter for sure.
Yep, Scott has at least 1 daughter.
And some grandkids.
And all these people are being held wrongfully because 1, they're making these private facilities money, and 2, they're political prisoners. And that means they challenged the federal government, and the federal government locked them up because they didn't want them speaking the truth. So we're out here speaking the truth for them. Yes, this is real. We are in Nevada at the Southern Nevada Detention Center, CCA, also known as, thank you Gavin, also known as Core Civic. A private facility that makes money on holding people.
You awake over there?
Yeah, but my shoulders are getting all tingly. And then all of our politicians aren't stepping up because they all make money to stay quiet. They won't get reelected if they speak up for the people. We know so many politicians
Thanks, Gavin.
who've run in the past and are in office even now, and they say it's nothing but a game. And when you speak up, you get removed. They don't let you stay in. You don't get reelected. You don't play the game. It's all a game in this country. We're not a constitutional republic at all. Oh, I remember what I was saying a while ago. Ammon was saying that when he's in solitary, like he has been for a month and a half, he doesn't get commissary, and he doesn't get all his phone calls he's supposed to get. And the guy next to him was in for either murder or attempted murder. But every day, and he was in solitary too, next to him, he could hear him. And every day that man would take his poop and he would put it in toilet paper, and when the guards would open the little door, this man would throw the poop out at the guards. And this man still had all his phone calls, and he still had all his commissary. And Ammon said, Kelly, we're political prisoners. We're not a threat to society. We would never harm a soul. In fact, when Ammon was ambushed and Ryan was shot at back on October 27, 2000 and wait, I think I just said totally the wrong date.
January 26th.
I was thinking of their acquittal date. January 26, 2016. They didn't even shoot back. Ryan was shot in the shoulder. Lavoy was killed. And none of them shot back. And they are being denied bail. They're not a threat to the public. They're not even a threat to the government when the government is shooting them and killing them. Oh, thank you, Anthony. I'm going to read the Bill of Rights. But I don't have it in here. The right of the people to... What's the First Amendment of the Bill of Rights? I'm so tired. The right to assemble and petition the government for redress of grievances, and the right of... I don't know. I have the first one memorized and I can't think of it. I'll remember it though. I'll get a second win. So, if people can understand these guys are political prisoners, they need us on the ground and they need a good lawyer, legal team inside. No, Ryan said he has a bullet in his...
He has one on his left shoulder. A bullet.
Brittany, we're just trying to experience what Ammon did. He was beat up and then thrown with bloody ankles in a 3-foot by 3-foot cell for 13 hours, and they were going to leave him in there, Brittany, for 72 hours without food or water. So, thank you, Gavin, for 100. We're at 2572. So we can do this. So we have, what, 7,500 left to go, and John can get out of the hole. We can do it, guys.
Yeah. Wind's blowing, but it feels good. The wind does.
We had a big gust over there.
Did you? Okay.
AmmonBundyDefense.com.
Yes.
They can't block the trolls, but it's okay. I just ignore them. I'll block them. You know me. I'll block them when I get out. Oh, my shoulders are hurting. John, you must be dying.
It is painful. I can tell you that much. I don't know how BJ did it for 5 hours. I don't know how Mary did it for 5.5, or what was it? David Fleeman, did he do it for 5.5? I can't remember who did it, but we know we've had some of them do it for 5.5 hours, and it's nice weather out here. Really, it feels good with the wind blowing. It's not too cold at all. I enjoy this cooler weather, but it definitely definitely painful. Amy did it for 5.5 hours. David Fleeman made it for 5 hours and 15 minutes. David Fleeman, he's in pretty good shape. He does karate a couple of times a week or whatever, and does a lot of exercising, trying to get in shape. And 5.5 hours was a long time for him.
It's 3 hours, John. We made it
3 hours. 13 hours is definitely would be torture. 10 more hours of this,
Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech or the freedom of the press or the right of the
Thanks,
people
Candace.
to peaceably assemble and petition their government for redress of grievance.
Candace just commented on here. I just
couldn't remember
barely
that.
see her comment. She said she was sore for days after she did this.
I remember the first part of the first one.
Yeah, I can't remember, Candace, how long she
Also,
was in
no
there,
laws
but
shall be made regarding the freedom of religion or the right of the press or the I don't know that part of it. That's good enough for now. Anthony, when Gavin comes back, I'll ask him to do this for me. This is people standing inside makeshift 3-foot by 3-foot prison cells where a for-profit prison in Nevada, at the Southern Nevada
detention center. Usually it's me stumbling around on my words.
I'll read the Second Amendment. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. That says shall not be infringed. That means that man we told you about who went to jail for 5 years because he built his own guns and was out shooting with his family on the BLM land and was charged with federal crime. Spent 5 years in jail away from his family. That means that was unconstitutional. Thanks for watching. Can't read that name. Gavin, please tell John and Kelly to take deep breaths. Oh, that's Jules. Jules is always worrying about us. My little mama. Got a lot of good mamas in Portland. Got a lot of good people in this. That's what I was saying earlier. That last March, people just showed up from everywhere. All I had to do was create. No soldier shall in time of peace be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war. Oh, it's gone. People just showed up everywhere. Steve Schallenberger made all of our signs and was awesome. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, possessions, something. That one was alluding to the fact that Ammon Bundy should not be searched. His being searched is wrong. They have no reason to continue searching his body. He has never done anything.
Good morning, Linda.
If you're not feeling well. Oh, we'll stop it if we're not feeling well. We're fine. It's got a nice breeze right now coming through. We're just tired is all.
Yes, Candace, it will still count.
The accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy trial.
I understand, Echo.
400 days. The right of the accused. The accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy trial. These men in here have been in here for over 400 days. Go to Ammon Bundy Defense. Thanks, Sherilyn. I don't want to sit down because there's spiders and bugs.
And it's really not any comfortable sitting down.
No.
We've tried it, and I just tried it a while ago, and it's near to impossible to sit down anyway and get comfortable.
I'm gonna kneel for a minute. Down. Until I see a
Thank you,
spider.
Candace. Candace says she's doing $50 for you and myself both.
Oh, Candace, you're awesome. When somebody comes, I'll have them move it down here so I can sit for a minute because my shoulders are killing me to have weight. I don't know how Ammon did this for 13 flipping hours. No wonder he couldn't move with a dislocated shoulder. Why would anybody leave somebody for 13 hours in a shower, handcuffed? Especially somebody like Ammon. CCA, Southern Nevada Detention Center, shame on you.
Leaning up my back against the wall is about the best way I can kind of relieve some of the pain for myself. And I put my hands kind of in the lower part of my back and lean against it. And that's what relieves a little bit of the pain, but it doesn't take it all away at all.
You know what, John? John?
Yes.
If you... Which John did you think I was talking to?
No, I just hadn't caught on you was saying something yet.
If you lay down and put your face right on the floor.
Yeah.
Did you try that?
I haven't yet.
It takes all the pressure off your shoulders for a minute. Your legs will go numb, but you can like kneel.
I'll try. Oh.
But you might not get up. And then put your face down on the floor. That hurts?
Yeah, for me it does.
It takes some of the pressure off my shoulders. Are you stuck?
No, I got back up. I just got to put my hands behind my back, in the small of my back, and then I lean backwards and it helps me.
My face is on the ground. If a spider comes, it's going to crawl right up on my face. That's awful. But it helps. AmmonBundyDefense.com. Bug climbing on my arm. Maybe there's bugs in the prison.
Oh, there definitely is. It's a big old warehouse.
So gross.
How are we holding up? Doing pretty good. My shoulders are pretty sore.
Yeah, I'm gonna break.
Okay. But when she said her shoulders were hurting her pretty good too.
Spiders are gonna crawl my mouth.
Keep it close.
I understand, Linda. It's okay.
Let's see here. Or the Constitution, if you decide you want it.
Thank
We made it 3 hours.
Yeah, doing pretty good.
Yeah, I have to
Nobody's gonna hold it against you for not doing 13.
I could
said
be in this box a long time if my hands were able to scratch my face.
Yeah,
move things out of my eye. I can make it a long time, but being behind your back, it totally puts pain
What do you want to read?
all over your neck and shoulders, at least for me. And I can know Kelly's talking about it over there too, being fairly painful, and complaining about the pain in her shoulders and arms too, it sounds like. Exactly right, Candace. There's no justification for this at all. There's no way.
Can you get up?
10 more hours.
I actually can't. I've kind of tried a little bit while ago, but I would get stuck. I'm a little bit too big, and my arms are stuck in behind my. They're pretty much forced around behind me. So I'm not able to get the cuffs in the front of me at all. I wouldn't be. Plus my hands would be twisted the wrong way. I can't turn my wrist inside the cuffs. And Ammon had that same problem. That's why his shoulders were pulled out of socket, and his wrist was pulled out of socket.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and read. Anthony said he'd donate. Block my light. There we go. Anthony said he would donate $100. Anthony said he would donate $100 if I read the Bill of Rights, so I'm going to read the Bill of Rights. And you got to remember, Ammon reads the Bill of Rights all the time while he's being denied those same rights. So I'm going to go ahead and read them. I think a bug's climbing up my arm. The First Amendment of the United States Constitution. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, Pete Santilli, or the right of the people to peaceably assemble and petition the government for redress of grievance. Nowhere in that does it say that where you have to gather, if you want to gather at a refuge, if you want to gather out on public property, on your own private property. Second Amendment, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Shall not be infringed. Shall not is very clear. Shall not be infringed. There are people sitting in cells just like this right now on gun charges, on victimless crime gun charges. No soldier shall in time of peace be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, but in a manner to be prescribed by law.
Check the battery.
Somebody has to turn the page for me.
Okay, I'll be right there.
Button on the side over there. There you go. You can push the bottom part of it, and it should light up and tell you how much.
They were trying to take the cows, Jeff, because
It's fully
they had them
charged.
grazing
It's still
out
got
on their
mine. That's a
land,
pretty
and
big
they
battery,
had land
so.
rights too. So when you buy land out here, it really is a right. You buy, say, 100 acres, but the federal government knows that nobody is going to. Hey, David. Good to see you on here. We miss you. The cows. When you buy 100 acres, they want more of the. No, the cows weren't sick. They were beautiful cows. The cows they shot were beautiful. They rounded up 400 of them, and they shot a bunch of them.
Killed
along
over
the way.
27 of them.
They what?
They killed over 27 of
They
them and
killed
buried them.
27 and
They even
buried
tried to
them.
hide their crimes. The
Yeah.
BLM tried to hide their crimes and bury the cows before anybody's seen it.
Yeah, Dan Love said that they weren't killing any cows out there, and they were burying them. Hey, David. Oh, I already said that. I don't remember what I was saying. So, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. So it says, but upon probable cause. Probable cause. This is why Ammon Bundy is been trying to protest against his search and seizures of his body. He has no probable cause to make them think he's smuggling anything in, and they're violating him and molesting him repeatedly, all the time. In all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury, which would mean non-BLM agents on the stand when it's a BLM trial. The right to a speedy trial by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and the cause of the accusation. The nature and the cause. To be informed of the nature and the cause. There is so much these juries are not being told. They're not being told the nature of the cause. To be confronted with the witnesses against him. Dan Love, take the stand. Quit being a coward. You're the one who ran this show. Take the stand. Judge Navarro, quit protecting Dan Love. You're being a coward too, by the way. To have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and to have the assistance of counsel for his defense. They're not being allowed to call witnesses to the stand. In the last trial, all of them ended up calling 3 witnesses to the stand for the entire trial, where the BLM agents, or the prosecution, how many did they call, John? Was it like 45?
They called 60 total witnesses, and we only called 3.
60 witnesses, and the defense only got to call 3.
Well, and they, just to be clear, they requested much more than the judge straight denied.
We called more, yes.
They requested almost 100 witnesses, and they were allowed 3, and one of which ended up being a hostile witness for the defense because it was a ranger. And they only called him because they were trying to get video entered, that they had to call that one anyway.
We did get the video entered. We tried for a day and a half to get a witness on the stand. It took us a day and a half before we got our first witness.
Okay, go ahead and turn the page. So you can see in the amendments to the Bill of Rights that I was just reading, you can see all of the violations already. So for them to say that we have any constitutionally protected rights is ridiculous. I always say ridiculous. AmmonBundyDefense.com. $10,000 is what we're trying to raise. Alright, in suits at common law where the value in controversy shall exceed $20, the right of trial by jury shall be preserved, and no fact tried by a jury shall be otherwise re-examined in any court of the United States than according to the rules of the common law. For the second trial of the refuge, Jason Patrick, Dwayne Emmer, and Jake Ryan and Daryl Thorne were not given their right to a trial by jury for their misdemeanor charges.
They were double jeopardy tried.
Yep, and they were found guilty on just about all of those by the judge. The judge was the judge, the jury, and the executioner. She's the one who will sentence them also.
You know, she's trying to retire now. As soon as this case is over, she sentences these guys, she retires.
Yep.
How much money did she get paid?
Excessive bail shall not be required, nor excessive fines imposed, nor cruel and unusual punishment inflicted. The Hammonds ended up with is it right? 400,000? Why didn't I? It was $400,000 $400,000 fine that the Hammonds received when they were doing their back burns and they burned 100 acres of the BLM land in Harney County. And you know, when we hear about 100 acres, we think 100 acres burning all at once, but that's not how these back burns work. It like crawls across the field. And so it was a controlled burn, and they didn't have to call the fire department, and they ended up getting a $400,000 fine for a fire that they did on their own property that went 100 acres over. And it wasn't dangerous, and they put it out. They didn't even have to call 911. They had $400,000 fine, 5 years in prison for Dwight and Steve Hammond, and
Some in prison twice. They served their time in prison.
Right.
And they came back and said, "Oh
they
no,
served
more
their
prison
time twice, and then they had to sign over first right of refusal to the BLM. So if they couldn't pay the fines, the BLM would end up getting their land. What a crock of crap! Just to be honest. All right, where did I leave off? The enumeration of the Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or disparage others retained by the people. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution nor prohibited by it to the states are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. Judicial power of the United States power of the United States shall not be construed to extend to any suit in law or equity commenced or prosecuted against one of, next page. BundyDefense.com. Thank you, Anthony.
Just to be clear, you finished the Bill of Rights. These are other amendments to the Constitution that you're into now.
Oh, thank you.
So I don't know if you want to continue. I mean, a lot of these get into
No,
long
he
drawn out.
donated $100. I can keep reading though. But I might lay my head down for a minute and try to sleep because I'm
That
really
might be
tired.
better if you can get comfortable at all.
Yeah.
Just to try and get some rest. Go check on John here.
It's almost impossible to be comfortable any which way.
There's no way that you can't like crouch down and like.
I could try.
What if you cross your legs? Then you might not be able to get back up.
Doesn't take the pain off the shoulders at all.
There's no way to get the pressure off.
I'll try it. Not really, but I'll try it for a little while.
Yeah, turn your. Down there. Let's see, how's this one work? I have nightmares about it. What?
Something's going down my back. Oh my god.
What is it?
I don't know, it's just a bug crawling on my back. Ah!
Remember David Fry?
Yes.
He was always complaining about the jail cell. He was in there for 9 months in horrible conditions like
I
that.
was actually relaxed. I think I killed it. Yes, David Fry always talked about the conditions of the jail cell. Okay, maybe I'm not gonna lay my head down.
If you could curl up in a circular ball on the bottom like a pill bug.
That's what I was doing, but then it crawled back down my back. I'm sure it's dead now. Stupid bug. AmandBundyDefense.com.
AmandBundyDefense.com. Looks like a bus is coming.
Good.
Coming out.
Yeah.
Might be bringing that Seth Johnson out. He said he'd leaving sometime this morning.
That it is. Wave to him, Gavin.
Diesel therapy. Handcuffed and shackled inside that bus. That's what it is, diesel therapy
Yep.
on them guys.
And that happy little driver just doing his job. Human trafficker. He's just a bus driver, right? Not his fault.
He should be quitting his job.
He has the same character as the people who ran the gas chamber, it seems to me. All right, you guys, let's get those donations. AmandBundyDefense.com. Still not getting comfortable, huh?
Yeah, there's no way to get comfortable.
You're probably too big to lay on your side like Kelly in there.
Yeah. I try to put a little pressure on one shoulder, but then it puts pressure on the other shoulder, so.
No way to take the
weight off
the wrists or the shoulders.
$5 hours is going to be tough.
What's been the record so far?
5.5 hours is the longest.
It's the longest.
You can do it, John. You're strong. You're mentally strong.
Now,
My arms are asleep. How stupid. Why would you leave somebody handcuffed for 13 hours overnight? That's cruel and unusual punishment. CCA.
Concrete floor, concrete walls. They didn't even give him a blanket.
Where's our elected officials?
they're all hiding because they're afraid if they speak out, all our Liberty
Sheriff,
elected officials and so-called constitutional oath keeper representatives, etc., are all hiding because they might lose their support or their money or their votes. They're all
comes down to money.
Sheriff Mack is for torture.
He is.
He said, "Go home," he told Ammon Bundy to tell us.
Sheriff Mack is a coward. If he wasn't a coward, he wouldn't have showed up here and told Ammon to tell the only support system he has here to go home.
The Sheriff Sharon says she found no crime committed here.
Yep.
And
Sheriff of
news-
Nye County says no crime was committed here.
and the so-called news media is silent because they're not supposed to cover this sort of thing.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Now, just in case I'm not out here, I set a key right here. And just kind of, it's got the thing, so you could,
Okay.
if you needed to get out and get to that key.
How long have we been in here so far?
What is it? It's 1:30, so
3.5 hours.
3.5 hours.
You can do it, John. If you don't do it, you're going to end up leaving, and I'm going to be out here by myself.
Maybe you guys can get to sleep and pass some time.
Feel okay over there?
Yeah, my shoulders are just so sunburnt. It hurts. My ache. My hip aches. What is wrong with people? Why would you do this to somebody?
They walk themselves to the gas chambers.
They do.
And they walk themselves to the trenches to be shot. That was their excuse.
To get out of jail.
What's that?
I have to get out of jail. They're gonna kill him in there.
I know.
They're never gonna let Ammon and Cliven get to trial. They know they'll be acquitted. Why do you think you care so much about people that aren't your own family, John?
I've always cared about people. It didn't matter who they were. I don't know what it was. It's always been about it. But if I've always, anybody who is the lesser person or the one being kicked down, I've always felt bad for them.
Yeah, me too. Especially when they're righteous people.
Yep.
This is wrong. I guess no abuse would be right.
What did Ammon say? Did he say the number of pain that was in his shoulder, like a 10?
Yeah. Hurt so bad, he thought he was going to die in there. He didn't think they were going to come back for him. Now he sits in solitary confinement. He's been convicted of no crime. Makes you wonder what all the kids go through, you know?
Yep.
Thinking about their dads suffering. All the anger that probably could build if they let it towards their country. Towards all their elected officials that have abandoned them.
It seems almost impossible that people could be so cruel in politics and just be hard-hearted.
Yeah. I love how it's always Ryan and Ammon looking out for each other. Brothers.
Yep.
Even in Portland, every time one would get abused, the other one would hear about it or see it and call their wife, and then they'd call us.
These crimes here, they charged them with, don't even fit nothing at all what they did.
No.
Absolutely nothing.
If they'd done that in another country, they'd have come home as heroes. You know, if they had fought for other Americans who were being abused, property, they'd have come home heroes. They'd have gotten medals. Everyone would call them the bravest of the brave, the righteous of the righteous. That our country locks them up. Dirty Harry Reid. We don't know the first thing about loving our neighbor in this country. We kill babies and elderly and dispose of people like they're nothing. And mock the people who do stand up for their neighbor.
What's that?
My arms are asleep.
Are they really?
Yeah. On my side.
I just switched to the other side, trying to get a little relief on this one shoulder, but it's not helping.
You can do it. Emma did it. You're Emma and Bundy strong.
that?
Getting windy again.
Yeah. Moving around.
Yeah, just feeling back
I'm not cold at all. You feel cold over there?
No, okay.
Yeah. What's that?
Your kids are gonna be so different when they get out.
No.
Special babies. Seth was talking about his kids.
Todd Eagle said today that when you to stand doesn't mean to stand when it's easy. To stand means to stand because you're taking a risk. He says for something that's right. I don't know if those are exact words, but that's similar to what he said.
Yeah. They all sacrifice so much. Sometimes you wonder though if it's even worth it.
What's
know?
that?
Sometimes you wonder if it's even worth it if other people don't stand with you. What's the point of suffering?
Well, most people that have stood for something right or wrong has had to do it alone. And most times, Christ himself had to stand alone. Even his own disciples left him at the end.
actually does long-term damage on your retinas or on your long-term vision when you have everything close up for so long like that. The nerves in your eye die for your long-term vision. How can that not be considered cruel and unusual punishment when physical harm comes to your eyes when you can't, when you don't have to, when you don't look alone?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? 'Cause everything is so close up.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna make it to 6 hours. What's that?
Hurting.
Oh yeah. What time is it?
Oh,
2 o'clock.
4 hours.
4 hours.
We can go another hour.
I don't know.
Where you at?
I don't know.
Where
What's that?
you at right now?
About 4 hours, I think.
How much have you raised?
Oh, I'm not for sure. I haven't seen it in a while.
Where are you at on a pain level?
What's that?
Where are you at on a pain level?
I don't know. I would probably call it between an 8 and a 10
Where?
Wow.
for pain. Oh, just my shoulders and all the way down to my hands.
Can you? You want out?
I don't know. I'm gonna try to go a little longer, but
Is there any way you can't really stretch it and kind of get it back to normal, can you?
no. I can't turn my hands around, you know, because they're loose.
Can you move your fingers?
Yeah, I can move my fingers.
Can you touch his fingers, see their circulation?
Like those.
Are you okay?
Yeah,
Yeah, my circulation I think is fine. It's just
The color's still there and
it's
everything.
my shoulders that are stretched, you know, back. So I'm gonna go a little longer. But
All right.
That one girl said, remember the 5.5 hour girl?
yes,
Um,
yeah, moving around for me is better than almost being down right now. I can take
To get the circulation.
yeah.
Somebody was saying deep breaths helps too.
Yeah, I should do that for a
Help
little
you
bit.
lots of oxygen in your blood and help keep things. Deep breaths in through the nose and out through the mouth, nice and slow. A good way to breathe your cells.
You can sleep a little bit, Gavin. Thanks for staying up with us. That's what Ryan did for Alan too. Anybody staying on with us?
Still got 50 on this one.
Wow. That's crazy. What are y'all doing awake? You should be sleeping.
Raise yours up, John, so you can see the. Unless you're just planning to go back down again.
I don't know if I can go back down.
Yeah, let me just put this up here for now.
AmberBundyDefense.com. Support Lisa and Ammon's legal fund. The trial.
it's getting chilly too.
Guys, after being in these cuffs for over 4 hours now, it looks like I can tell you right now, I would not want to do this for 13 hours. They'd have to go numb on me so I'd forget the pain for sure.
Much less 72.
Oh, 72 hours. If they've done anybody for 72 hours, I want to meet the guy.
They said they had the legal authority to do 72 hours in there, and they wouldn't have gotten in trouble.
They have the legal authority to do whatever they want because the sheriff will not do her job because she's paid.
72 hours.
protecting a business and a corporation.
Emmett felt like it would have killed him.
Where does the security go when we need them? They're at the football games protecting the money. They're at the corporations protecting the money. If we call 911, they can't even find a missing kid sometimes.
Exactly.
But they can.
If there's a real crime, it's a low priority.
I know.
They're too busy collecting, extorting, and abusing for profit.
There's also benches for sale at, what is it, freedavebundy.blogspot. John, what's Dave Bundy's blog?
You know, I don't remember right offhand.
I think it's freedavebundy.blogspot.com.
I think so.
You can order benches that Dave Bundy's son has made to help with his legal fund. Dave's not looking at trial until the end of the year. He will have been in jail almost 2 years before he goes to trial. Tell me that's a speedy trial.
I can grab my hands behind my fingers like this, you know. But it doesn't do any good to grab them because it's not really in my hands. It's from the shoulders, from my elbows up, I would say. All the way up to my shoulders.
Good. You both still got about 50 people. There's people hanging on there to support.
Can you do this? Back and forth?
What's that? Well, I almost can't move them right now back and forth. I can barely. I mean, so I can move them a little bit. But, well, it's painful. There, I can move them a little bit better. A couple of the other guys in there, they've been treated this way in that shower cell too.
This is not an isolated incident. This is their way of getting in with people.
Yep. I can't remember the other names right now, but several. I think there were up to seven of them I've talked to that said they've been in there for a few hours. None of them long as 13 hours that they can recall, but most of them are for several hours.
I'm so tired of politicians saying they're here to help us, and people are saying, give them a break, they're doing the best they can, and the people are saying that are never the ones that have been locked in cages and had their family murdered on the side of the road or tortured in 3x3 cells. It's always excuses.
Why would we ever think it's okay to put somebody in a cage? How
not
insane. In a country where we worry about turtles and field mice.
They've got them ones in Colorado that are this size, but they've got them set down in those cells. They set them in a little box like this for hours and hours on end.
One of the California jails uses that too, I think, and they're a little better than a 3x3 torture cell because I don't think they're necessarily handcuffed and they can sit down, but it's still absurd. It's insanity.
Yeah.
It's just pure.
Guantanamo.
What's that?
Guantanamo, I remember they were making a stink if they were treated properly, and when are they going to look at them?
Yeah. Well, and they should have. Most of those people were there illegally too, without due process, and so it's what we're realizing. It's just
Why
the
is
same
nobody
everywhere.
here fighting with that? The media.
Yeah, exactly. They'll do it for if it's a political correctness issue, but not if it's actually somebody else.
What?
I don't like handcuffs, that's for
No,
sure.
me neither. Oh.
This is what
They handcuff people even over a speeding ticket sometimes, or just to detain you for a while. Or all kinds of stuff.
When Ammon went and met with his attorney, he was handcuffed behind his back for 2.5 hours and shackled. Why would you do that? Why would you do that when somebody's with their attorney? How How stupid is that? They didn't even do that when Sheriff Mack came in to see Ammon yesterday. Why would you leave somebody handcuffed when they're... How are they supposed to... You can't even sign anything. You can't look through Discovery. You can't... And how uncomfortable to sit in a chair. They could have handcuffed him in front of him, if anything, so he could at least sat down. They want them all to plea out.
Okay, John?
Yeah. But I think I'm gonna come out here in a few minutes.
You did good, John.
I don't blame you.
What time is it now?
Got the time there. 2:10.
2:10.
If you have to lose to a woman, you might as well lose to the woman who beat you at Beards for Bundy.
That's right.
You have an advantage, I think, a little bit because you're smaller. There's less weight compressing you into the pain zone. John, I would
don't
put
know.
those cuffs on John, and I'm like, these aren't going to fit on his wrists.
Can you turn your hands around in there? You probably could. Maybe you can't
He's
either.
got skinny little wrists, which does help, but either way,
I
it's
can
like...
turn them about halfway. I just can't spin them. I can turn them half, or like almost half.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to call a pro news organization. See if anyone
Well,
answers.
John Lamb is in handcuffs at the jail. Get down there quick.
We don't cover stories like that.
Yeah, that's what's gonna happen.
What is your specific relationship with the Bundys? The Bundy, Ammon and Lisa and Angie and Ryan are my friends. But they're all the Bundys are my friends. But
You shouldn't need a specific relationship with someone. You just stand against them being tortured.
I didn't know them before I learned about their abuse. So
Exactly.
you don't have to know them either to stand up for them because they're being abused.
The worst criminal doesn't deserve to be treated like that.
Treated is enough. Absolutely is enough. I didn't know them at all before I started standing up for them. I didn't even think I'd ever meet them when I started standing up for them in Oregon. I just knew that they needed to know that we were out there at the jail and that they weren't alone. And that's what brought us out here, was letting them know that they're not alone. And now letting all the prisoners in there know that they're not alone.
They're not going to respond at this point. They already know. I don't know. I mean, it's like you try, yes.
Gotta say it right though.
We already are the media, I guess.
See, John Lamb is in handcuffs at the prison. You did good, John. You should stop so you're not hurting too much for tomorrow.
Are you on your Facebook?
I'm gonna try to make it another 20 or 30 minutes here.
Where would you come here?
Does it help to hang your head down a little bit? It helps me to hang my head down.
It does actually.
It takes the pressure off of the shoulder blades.
couldn't get out of it. Because I know I can quit at any time. But if I'd known I was left there and you're still stuck there even after they take the cuffs off anyway, it doesn't really matter.
Why is my
There's no way it's not cruel and unusual
why did
punishment.
my live stream end?
What's that?